First time ever when we fly straight to heaven and back.
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿里，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在哪里召唤我。终于来了，这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。不，这可不是最好的方式。来客的高雅不容沾染人间的野蛮。对于音乐家而言，乐理才是真正的武器。舞台已经拉开，来自地狱的交响乐已经响起。
It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, and locked away all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness. Been locked away all the secrets here. I will find all the answers here, and locked away all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness. Been locked away all the secrets here. I will find all the answers here, locked away all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness. Locked away all the secrets Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust, oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
从极北之地直插欧洲，这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。
对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险。你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？哦，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，小心，陛下的恶犬可不怀好意。
大公夫人是无辜的，说到疑凶，不该先去问问那些尊贵的特使们吗？
公夫妇之间的恩怨人尽皆知，真相其实早就清晰。
真相真的那么重要？血祭之时，我们所有的秘密与爱恨，都会像身后的故国一样遥不可及，不是吗？
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克，下一站即将抵达布列斯特，下一站即将抵达布拉迪斯拉发，下一站即将抵达维恩。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次的划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。
Hey, what is up, guys? Welcome to Day 2 of the playoffs for EN-IVC Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. Feeling a lot better today, thank God, as things are going to get all the more intense as we proceed further into our double elimination bracket. Need to take a bit of a breather. So, quick introduction. I'm Mark Kuno, and joining me for his second day here on the desk is Raph. And Raph, how has it been so far?
Well, for the most part, it's been such a warm welcome from the community, and the matches we had yesterday were really, really entertaining for both us and the audience. And every single team out there has just brought an elite level performance, and none of them have disappointed yet.
Oops, I just realized my microphone was on the side. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, something felt wrong there. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the tournament introduction right here, guys.
Asia Pacific region and the North America Europe region, especially in Japan and Southeast Asia. There are 3 stages of the tournament: the preliminary rounds, the group stage, and the playoffs. First, 96 top-ranked teams will register in-game to qualify online. In preliminary rounds, teams will be separated into 6 groups. Each group will contain 16 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a form of best-of-3 single elimination. The top team from each group will pass to the next stage. In the second stage, which is our group stage, top 6 teams will join with 2 invited teams from Call of the Abyss 3 to make for a total of 8 teams. The 8 teams will be separated into 2 groups of 4 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a best-of-3 round-robin format, with the top 2 teams from each group moving on to the playoff rounds. Finally, in the playoff round, Each team will be placed against each other by seeding, and will compete in a best-of-3 double elimination format, with a final round to be played in a best-of-5 format. Group stages and playoffs will be live broadcast on the Identity 5 official social media channels. The loser finals and finals will be an offline event.
October 25th will mark the big day to find our champion in the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia.
Now, let's move on to the tournament rules. First, teams will compete in Legendary mode, wherein players are not allowed to use the same character in the same match. Each map will be separated into 2 halves. For the first half, survivors from Team A will compete with a hunter from Team B. Come the second half, the teams will switch sides. The survivors from Team B will compete with a hunter from Team A. A total of 7 maps are in the selection: Arms Factory, the Red Church, Sacred Art Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park, Leo's Memory, and our new addition to the competitive scene, Ever Sleeping Town. For the best-of-3 round, first round starts with a hunter able to ban 1 survivor, while survivors are left with no bans for hunter. After that, an increment of 1 character ban will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 1 hunter and 2 survivors ban, while the third round will have 2 hunters and 3 survivors ban. In the event of an extra round, we'll be sticking with 2 hunters and 3 survivors banned like round 3. Now, for the best of 5. The first 3 rounds will follow the same banning pattern as the best of 3. However, for rounds 4 and 5, there will be a maximum ban of 3 hunters from the survivor side and 4 survivors from the hunter side. In case extra rounds are needed, we will use the same number of bans like round 5. Now let's talk about the scoring system. Each survivor escape counts as 1 point each, with another 1 bonus point awarded if all of them escape. On the flip side, hunters will get 1 point for each survivor sent back to the manor. If the hunter gets all of the survivors back to the manor, another bonus point will be awarded. The winner of the match will be determined based on the total score from both halves. For this example, in the first half, none of the survivors from Team A managed to escape, which means the hunter from Team B is awarded 5 points. Now, come the second half, let's say Team A manages to escape with 3 survivors getting 3 points, with the hunter from Team B getting 1 point. The total score of Team B are still higher than Team A, which means the winner of the match will be Team B. The tournament prize pool is a whopping 1 million Thai baht. Hope you all join us and catch the Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2020. See you there.
You've heard the introduction to this tournament. Let's go ahead and check out the bracket, now updated based on the results of day number 1. Proceeding in the upper bracket with a cushion to work with, it's going to be GK after a pretty slick victory against NOIR, with OSM as their Word V adversary after they shocked the region by taking down VX, one of the crowd favorites in this tournament, and sending them towards the lower bracket. That'll be our first face-off based on the bracket that you're seeing here. NOIR and VX not really with any more chances to work with to lose any more of their matches, as once you hit that losers bracket, 1 more match slot will ultimately mean that you are out of this tournament.
That is right. So that makes the lower bracket extra spicy. But here we are, the match schedule: GK versus OSM starting off the day, and OSM versus VX. But Theo, let's talk about the picks we had yesterday. Me personally, I'm going to be sticking with the guns that I chose yesterday. What about you?
I mean, it's a bit tricky, I guess, because yesterday I predicted both VX as well as NR, but now we find them at the bottom. So, you know, it's unfortunate. And with how these predictions are rolling out, it's going to be interesting, because I thought I knew towards day 1 as far as who I thought would be proceeding further, but after seeing how things played out, I'm going into this with a lot of uncertainty. So that said, guys, if you also have any thoughts on who your bets are going further into our playoffs, make sure to use our unofficial hashtag IVC 2020 Southeast Asia, SEA for short, and hashtag IDV SEA rather. You know, don't you don't want to put the entire bit of Southeast Asia in that hashtag. That's awfully long to work with.
That's right. And with our first team to be introduced, it is GK. And we are going to be featuring 72S, especially with this explosive performance in their last map yesterday.
I almost thought you were putting out a pun there because the bombs on that guard 26, they were pretty darn explosive as far as getting GK into a victory. Now, here's a few more stars. Unfortunately, we didn't get a peek of Skyfall during yesterday's match, but you know what? The rest of GK did Skyfall proud, even though he was absent from the roster yesterday, and now we will be seeing him today as he is featured. And not just him, we also have For You. You know, it's really good to see that for GK, even with the absence of their team captain, they're still able to hold their own. And it's scary this time because now that Skyfall is back on the playing field, maybe it's just the extra kink, extra asset that GK needs to make sure that they step up all the more going up against OSM, who has proven to be a pretty formidable opponent in this bracket.
That's right. And just to round off the roster is Slothtop. And talking about OSM, they've had such a, I would say, unexpected performance against one of the tournament favorites in VX, right? So having Skyfall, having the leader and the captain of the helm is, you know, the reinforcements that GK really needs to get on with the series.
Yeah, and gosh, here we have V8 has, by the way, like probably one of my favorite performances to watch yesterday. I feel like V8 has always been he's been quite the team player from a lot of the matches that we saw here at the IVC. Yesterday was no exception, where that was really put to the test. And yeah, so far, now that I think about it, if you're going to think about the match wins, GK has gone undefeated, so has OSM. So towards the end of this bracket, one of these teams is going to suffer their first official match loss in this tournament. GK, I think, again, a huge favorite to win this entire tournament. But one thing that I'm really looking forward to is how they're going to be stacking up against OSM, who just yesterday we were kind of questioning where they stand as far as rankings in this top four. After taking down a huge favorite in the tournament yesterday, being VX, there is huge expectation of them going into this bracket. And this is the true test right here. If they can take down GK, then we might be looking at what could potentially be COA for representative material, Ralph.
Exactly. And just talking about OSM, we are going to be giving you the tale of the tape for OSM, the last human being their Dream Witch, 9 Mammals, The Flash, Nerikon, and Jacket. All very, very impressive players. Now, I want to talk about the last human for a bit, because the last human in yesterday's performance, it did kind of look like he had a good start, right? But it only seemed like the longer the match went, the better he became, the more clutch his plays became as well.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I mean, this is probably going to be one of the most intense head-to-heads that we've had in this tournament. But further on, here we have 9 Mamos. Just talking about the survivors from OSM, what really impressed me is just when we thought that OSM has shown all the prowess that they have in the group stage, stepping into playoffs, they kick it up a notch and have just seemed to have continued to improve. And that's what you want to see when you're making a run for the best of the best in Southeast Asia. Here we have the Flash as well. You know, it's interesting that he's named himself the Flash because those speedy transitions into saves have been proving to be quite the asset for OSM whenever they play Survivor.
Absolutely. And just talking about the survivors, especially Nerikon, just the whole of OSM, they distributed all their damage beautifully in Red Church, I believe. And again, that really attributed to their perfect score. And you know what? They did it twice in a row too, which is really, really incredible. So you could say OSM is red hot right now.
Yeah, and of course, wrapping up their opening lineup for today is going to be Jacket, another star that has been on the rise here in Southeast Asia. You know what? OSM, without a doubt, has been such a pleasure with their progress here in the tournament. And it's great to see that we have a brand outside of both GK and VX that has risen to the occasion. So, OSM definitely not a team that you want to discount anymore. Based on our predictions right now, though, even with that promise that has shown, both Raf and I are kind of leaning towards GK in this.
It's just again, this is no knock against OSM because OSM, they were absolutely outstanding yesterday. It's just we gotta go with the reliable pick, and just from history, from looking at the records, GK has been super consistent. They've always been top placers, and they are the juggernauts of this tournament as well. So you gotta go with that.
True. And you know what? Just looking at this head to head, let's talk about that a bit more because yesterday OSM particularly was really impressive. To be honest, again, this is another one of those predictions that was super hard because both have very distinctive strengths that were worth highlighting yesterday. I want to talk about OSM first. Take note, OSM was able to take a 5-0 on both Survivor and Hunter side. Second round was when the Survivor side for OSM was able to make it happen. And in the third round, that was where the last human was able to really make it count. That was a very crucial 5-0 that he secured, which ultimately catapulted OSM into the position that they have now in the winners bracket, being able to face GK. That's pretty commendable in itself. And stamina endurance has been something that we've been highlighting to be a strength that GK has. It's really refreshing to see that it's something that OSM has as well, being able to perform when it really, really counts. And I mentioned GK. Let's talk about GK as well. GK on that flip side, that's been another thing. That's kind of why GK has been on champion to be a little bit better in these series than their rival counterpart being VX. GK might start off decent, but they know how to finish strong because of the performances that we see from players such as 72S and the rest of the team. So now that we have a head-to-head where both are able to play the long game, it's going to be a tough call as to who is actually going to be able to proceed much more comfortably into this winner bracket and just sit comfortably, wait for whoever they're going to be facing.
That's right. And I just want to talk about closing. These two teams, with their previous performance, it just shows that they're both great closers. I would say OSM a bit more emphatic with their double perfect. That's honestly really impressive. And the thing about GK, I'm fairly certain that GK has done their homework. They've researched, they've studied how OSM tends to do their rotations and their hunter picks. So that's also something that you have to consider. It's a matter of who did the research better and applying it when their match begins.
Right. And I guess we'll just have to let the players determine their destiny once we head into these games. Take note, we will be playing these best of threes again, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me correctly, and then it'll be our finals that hits that full-on best of five. So again, less room for error once again, since you are only playing 3 rounds, unless there is a need for an extra playoff tiebreaker to happen. Talking about potential picks here, it's something that that's somewhat been a recurring discussion yesterday when we were talking about the first 2 matches. All 4 of these teams are very much comfortable with playing to the meta. One thing that we should probably highlight, though, is that, if I'm not mistaken, it was GK that was comfortable enough to bring something a little bit more left field in terms of picks, such as the Gardener. Gardener was something that we didn't really anticipate to make an appearance in playoffs. I mean, there's been so many other picks that have risen to the occasion during group stage, such as First Officer. You have the likes of Coordinator, which has seen a little bit of play yesterday. Acrobat, Barmaid, which was kind of a favorite by one of the other teams in group stage. But yeah, Gardener, I think this is probably the second time this year I've actually casted a game with a Gardener in it. So that was a pretty interesting trump card to bring forward this late into the game.
Yeah, and talking about that Gardener, again, usually you'd see high gamble picks, they'd either work out really, really well because of the shock factor, or they'd play really, really bad because of how, well, the nature of the characters they pick. But somehow that Gardener found a sweet middle spot. So it's a it's really, really interesting to see that. But again, maybe we might see a bit of Prospector in replacement of Coordinator, because Coordinator yesterday didn't really have too much of an impact. But before we can do that, let's jump right into the game, I believe.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really exciting. So no more dilly-dallying. We're going to head past the pick and ban and straight into it. A little recap of who we have. Last Human with the signature Guard 26. Forward Mercenary Coordinator and Seer will be the picks here for GK. I'm assuming that based on the picks, it was most likely Mechanic that was taken away from GK.
Exactly, they just don't want to deal with the Cypher Rush. And again, Last Human combing over the map here. I think the first victim, or rather the first target, is going to be 4U, but V8 is right there as well. Already placing the bomb here, going for an early vault as well. He will continue the pursuit on 4U, which isn't actually a bad target. The Coordinator does have that flare gun still available. Oh!
Oh my gosh. Look at this. Already getting so many of those bombs layered onto 4U, and just like that is already down.
And Last Human looks like he really wants to continue the momentum he built for himself yesterday. And right now, that's probably going to be a very, very early chair for 4U. V8 is already on the move and is already on the rotation. Last Human will see a glimpse of him, but he's going to attempt this rescue anyway.
Yeah, this is really good coming in from... Oh, okay, nice.
Beautiful.
Nice charging coming in from V8, already getting the rescue onto 4U. That will grant 4U a little bit of distance between himself and Last Human, but that's not going to be deterring Last Human when he's going to be throwing out those bombs like there's no tomorrow.
That is right, and that accuracy is really hurting 4U here. And as you mentioned, V8 is really such a great team player, already on the immediate rotation there, trying to save 4U, but 4U once again is a damsel in distress here. Last Human is trying to find a good chair where he can find a great spot to control.
Yeah, the good thing about this is that at least since 4U was rescued super duper early, in fact, upon placement on the rocket chair, that still gives him the halfway mark to work with of a duration on this rocket chair. A question is anybody going to be on rescue duty? I really think that GK should instead maybe just focus on these ciphers. They can afford, I think, to let this coordinator fall. But, oh, okay, looks like they still want to work with the hefty numbers. I mean, not a bad way to go. They want to be careful here, though. A little bit of a hit will be taken, but that will put them on the run as 4U tries to buy a bit more time.
That is right. And speaking of ciphers, 3 of those ciphers went away in the blink of an eye. 2 ciphers remain as Skyfall was rescuing 4U here. 4U doing actually such a great job of containing Last Human. Last Human, though, with his laser accuracy, with his bomb throws, making it really, really difficult for 4U to extend this chase.
Yeah, and looks like that will be the fall of the coordinator, but you know what? It's all good. 4U was able to maximize the time that he had in this game. You have to take note, one of the assets that you have when you're running coordinator is that you don't necessarily have as much pressure to deal with when you're strapped to that rocket chair because of the steel wheel external trait, which does give the coordinator a decrease of 10% when on a rocket chair.
Absolutely, and considering there's only 2 ciphers that remain, and look at the resources on the survivor side, still quite hefty, and Last Human has to deal with that one way or another. He does look like he's reconsidering targets here. He will burn the teleport, and Skyfall will be chased by Last Human. Oh, no, he changes targets once more.
Yeah, looks like doesn't really want to dilly-dally with that just yet. Instead, just going to make sure that he also keeps up the cipher pressure here, and that actually puts Soft Top in a position where he has to skedaddle. That cipher was ready for the pop-in, and Last Human is making sure to keep that in tow.
That's right. Skyfall, though, is already working on another one. Meanwhile, V8 is actually super close to Last Human here. But Last Human, he will finally put his attention towards Skyfall. Maybe it's time to deal with this mercenary who's been a thorn in his side.
Oh my god. Let's see. Last Human is really playing this well here, but that's not deterring either Slothop and V8 from getting that Cypher pop. And that's perfect timing, in which case Slothop taking that moment of absence that Last Human took from the Rocketeer that was already primed and ready to go to just make sure that it's popped up. And this is interesting distancing that we're seeing here. The Cyphers that do remain have a reasonable distance between each other. So that isn't too much for GK to deal with. Last Human is forced to kind of make these long trips if ever he wants to continue to pursue the Cypher pressuring that he's been pushing for over the past few minutes.
That's right, and they already have one primed here, just waiting for Slothtop to fall. Last Human doing a great job of chasing as well. Slothtop burning so much time. Again, the pop is right there. Oh, and the pallet stun as well to follow it up. Just delay Last Human just a little more.
Oh my god. This is gonna be a massive effort here for GK. They can still escape with 3 survivors, but it's gonna take a lot here for Slothtop to try to duck and weave around these bombs, as the rest of GK is already on the case of trying to open these gates. He is near the dungeon though. He's slowly inching towards it. Question is, can the rest of GK make it out in time? But Slothtop suffers that last hit though.
And it does look like it's gonna be a half-C here. Again, not a bad start. This is how we started most of our matches from yesterday. In fact, I think both of the first matches we had on our first halves were both half-C. So this is a really safe start to begin for all teams.
Yeah, and man, so darn close there for GK. They almost had it, or they could have had a 3-1. Unfortunately, it's just that small speck of a window. Had it been just an extra second earlier, or maybe, just those small things, had he been a bit more near towards that dungeon, then that could have been a good done deal. But you know what? That's just how it is. Just still very well played by Last Human, making sure that he doesn't give GK that advantage of the 3-1. Like you said, Raph, half-C is definitely the safer route. We've seen a lot during yesterday's playoff start for both teams, actually. So it's not really as much a surprise. It's a safe beginning for both GK as well as OSM.
And that was really excellent kiting all around from all the survivors on GK there. But Last Human actually just maximizing his map control. He understood that, this isn't going to be an easy hill to climb. But the way he used his bombs to, as I mentioned, deny that window loop. As soon as that seer was on the vault, he was already taking guaranteed damage at that point. It's really smart from Last Human.
Yeah, and I mean, let's go ahead and talk about that start of the game. So I think that's probably one of the best things that could happen as a hunter, is that there's pros and cons. I mean, coordinator, you only have one shot. I swear that wasn't a pun, by the way. One shot with that flare gun, should you decide to need to expend it when you're in the midst of a chase, or if an ideal scenario would likely be as well that you'd use the flare gun to assist your own teammate. But in that case, which has been a trend also yesterday, when it's usually been the coordinator needing to utilize the flare gun for self-sustenance, self-survival. And after that, you're pretty much bare bones. Nonetheless, of course, the pro is that, again, that flare gun can help to buy a bit of time for the team. And you also have to take note of the external trait, which grants you that 10% on the Rocketeer. That is pretty substantial, because that 10% can make or break your, the breathing room that you have towards working on those ciphers. And at the same time, you also have to look at how GK played that out. They didn't really need the extra time because they were very swift with the rescues anyway, and their cipher progress was more than decent throughout the round. So not bad at all.
Yeah, and honestly, I think one thing to point out with the survivors, Skyfall really did a great job of not being too far from the hunter, that the hunter had to, if he had to look at Skyfall and he saw the silhouettes, like, what, I have to comb over the map again, I have to scan another area, otherwise I'd be burning so much precious time, so much decoding, allowing so much decoding to happen. And Skyfall, again, as I mentioned, maybe is the last key piece for GK to really solidify their lineup.
Yeah, so you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the match data so that we can get a little peek as to how that all went down. Again, for you, was didn't really have as moment to contribute to the cipher progress since he was scouted out by Last Human just almost right away, and just did what he can to keep him preoccupied. 60 seconds on that containment time did eventually transition towards Lost Top, whilst V8 and Skyfall on most of the cipher decoding duty that we saw. And look at how this adds up though, almost 600% of decoding progress. This was because of the constant pressure that Last Human was putting towards those remaining ciphers.
Absolutely correct. And again, talking about Last Human, these numbers might not be like on paper, on first look, those numbers aren't the greatest. But if you were watching the match, it's just the accuracy and the timing to it all. But I have to commend V8 for that really, really well timed and beautiful rescue on For You there. That was one of the plays that really extended the longevity of the coordinator.
I have to agree with you. And I think the fact that GK was close to getting 3 survivors out was pretty commendable in itself. I mean, we go back to the decoding progress percentages, we saw that almost amounted to 600,000. That means that they worked on almost every single cipher on that map. And with good reason, because again, the pressure coming in from the Last Human was just a lot. And with that pressure, there was that was just a lot of time expended towards this game. And with those extra seconds, that just means that Last Human had all the more opportunity to nail down the survivor. But luckily, all the survivors from GK were able to, just keep the ball rolling without really suffering any further casualties. 2-2 is very respectable in itself. Like I said, the fact that a 3-1 was even a window of opportunity in itself that was open is says a lot. Says a lot about GK in this matchup, I think.
It really does. And also Last Human, the way he's been playing his Bloody Queen, his Guard 26, I don't think we've seen his Dream Witch this entire series, or rather in the previous day as well. So that's still on the board. But I'm pretty sure that his Bloody Queen and Guard 26 will eventually warrant a respect ban, just the way he's been performing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And we've seen that reflect in how teams would respond going into pick and ban. A lot of the banning, we usually see it being half respect and half meta as well. So now that, in fact, now that you think about it, like group stage in combination with the first day of playoffs that we had, that is more than enough information for all these teams to have an inkling of what they should be taking away from both survivors and hunters at this point. So yeah, it's a good thing to note and a good thing to notice now that teams are much more informed with how they should go about it.
That's right, but still we are on our first map and only on our second half as well. So 72S will have all the room in the world to run around with his violinist, his signature violinist. His violinist yesterday was just absolutely outrageous the way he shut out, and that super early pick he got as well against NR, I believe.
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, and what'll be interesting about this is, again, it's not really a test of endurance for either one of these teams, because both have proven to be able to pull off points when it really matters. The bottom line here, I guess, as we head down further, is who could ultimately just outdo the other. It's going to be very close in that aspect. But what I would love to see is that if either team can close out early, because we've seen both teams have very decent starts. What really matters, I think, here is that you want to get those, want to get the boost in those points early on, just so that you don't always have to put the pedal to the metal towards those last few rounds, that last round especially. But you know what? It's a nice strength to have. It's a nice strength to have when you need it. But I feel that if you really want to step up your game, especially when you step on bigger stages such as Koa. You want to be able to assert dominance in the scoring as early as round one. And based on how the playoffs has been panning out for IVC 2020, it has been much more safer. It has been pretty safe.
Safe indeed, but I'm honestly really curious how OSM, or at least the survivor side of OSM, is going to deal with the violinist, because so far, just relative to the performance from yesterday, OSM has to be the most cohesive survivor group. Again, just relative to the performance yesterday, their distribution of damage was really, really on point. The rotations were really fast, and when they needed to swarm the hunter just to buy extra time, they'd done that as well. But they haven't played against a violinist yet. So that's really going to be a question that's going to be on the table.
Yeah, how will they fare against which case? But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out how the second half will pan out as we will be heading into the pick and ban. Take note, it will be Seer that is off the board for OSM's choosing. Let's see how they'll round up this composition. Jacket, of course, going to be going with a very strong pick that he's shown to be highly efficient at, which is the forward. The Flash, of course, the man, the speed that he'll be bringing into this mercenary is much justified. And they'll wrap it up with another pick that Nine Mamos has proven to be very efficient at, which is the mechanic pick as well.
That is right. And if 72S, again, most likely he might choose the violinist, but the Bloody Queen and the Dream Edge are still on the table if he chooses to do that. Hell, even the Guard 26. But oh, we actually have the darling of Southeast Asia herself, the Bloody Queen.
Oh my gosh, the Bloody Queen it is. You know, I'm surprised that 72S isn't well, actually, you know what? Then again, I understand. 72S on the Bloody Queen means that he could easily pressure ciphers a bit more better through mirror imaging, and also will give him a better time working around the maps. And that's something that has been a core strength for 72S in a lot of the successful games that he's had. But let's see how he executes this time, now that he's up against a formidable lineup of survivors in OSM as we head into the second half of the first round. Nine Mamos, first target right here.
Oh no.
Excellent
Already. Again, the most ideal thing you can go for is actually the mechanic, but the mechanic doll will be the first to fall. And I was just thinking that 72S may have gone for the Bloody Queen because this will eliminate a lot of the mobility that the Priestess will provide. But again, that's a hit soaked by the mechanic super early. GK72S once again not wasting any time. Meanwhile, Nine Mamos buying precious time for the rest of OSM.
Yes, and this is a really good start here from 72S. That is basically the Christmas and New Year in one of a start for 72S. He gets the puppet, manages to land Nine Mamos this early, and just like that, gets the swipe in with the mirror image, and we'll be sending him to the rocket chair. This is just OSM ultimately losing out on all opportunity to go for a rush this early. And with that said, it's going to be a normal pace game here from OSM here on out, but can't really say normally paced because that was a very early take on Nine Mamos towards that rocket chair.
That is absolutely correct, and the Flash is already trying to sneak his way towards the rocket chair. 72S, he's like, you know what, something's up, something's happening. So he's just going to control this area of the map, does not want to have that mechanic back online for, as Articuno mentioned, they really do not want to deal with a Cypher Rush.
Yeah, and okay, interesting sneaker coming in from the Flash here. Now, this is somewhat worrisome. Nine Mamos is already more than halfway through his duration on that rocket chair. That means that they won't have the extra life to work with, and considering the Cypher progress for OSM thus far, that's something that they would have heavily benefited from. There you go, a whack going on to the Flash, which is more than afforded, but a pincer here is very scary here onto Nine Mamos.
Oh, the last effort is popped as well. Again, 72S really maximizing the Bloody Queen here. And I love the timing of that mirror image. Nine Mamos has no choice but to hide within the boxes. Again, one more trip to the chair and 9 Mamos will be sent to the manor because, as Articuno mentioned, he did spend more than half the time there.
Yes, and oh my gosh. Looks like 72S is looking to scout out his next target here. Good forethought coming in from OSM, knowing very well that a loss on mechanic this earlier on would mean that they have to play a bit more safer in keeping the 3 survivors that remain intact. As we saw, they made sure to get that heal off onto the mercenary just so that he's back to full health and has that extra sustenance in case another chase or another rescue is needed. But speaking of which, here we have Jacket being the next focus of 72S.
That's right. He will end up soaking a hit there by 72S. Great anticipation on the dash there to perfectly time when to attack Jacket. But Jacket is going to try and contain the monster that is 72S. The accelerated decoding is actually popped here, but there's still quite a number of ciphers that remain to be decoded.
Yeah, and this is going to be... Okay, 72S was just kind of weighing in on where Jacket's direction was going to be there. But man, oh man, no dilly-dallying for 72S here. Actually manages to utilize the mirror image once again to get that hit on the Jacket. And oh, this is huge, Raph. Not only is 72S super on point with getting Jacket this early on his second chase, but also he was near the basement. This is a tricky situation that OSM is going to try to deal with.
And it does look like Nerican is the daring person to go into those dreaded staircase into the basement, but the switcheroo is here for 72S. He is guarding this with his life and this bloody knife.
Oh man, this is pretty good. Okay, portal has been set up here by Nerukun. Now 72S just waiting to see where they'll be popping out, but it looks like the plan out here is to just take that portal all the way up they go, and some really good distance established here by Jacket. 72S had no real solution but to follow along the portals, and that's some pretty decent time bought out with the dizzy spells that he encountered.
Actually, yeah, that's honestly one of the greatest things to happen to the survivors right now. They did lose the mechanic early, but those 2 ciphers remaining is right on time. But it does look like 72S still trying to comb over and try to get rid of Nerican, as Nerican has been a thorn in his side, especially with those portals and that rescue on the now online Jacket.
Roni. Nerukun was hoping to buy a bit of time here around these structures, but at that precise moment, 72S getting a beautiful terror shock onto him, and it's going to be the priestess this time that'll suffer duty onto the rocket chair.
Is right, and we still have the forward and the mercenary up, so these are not the easiest targets to chase in the world, but 72S, that is what is left on his plate, and Jacket will be the man of the hour, actually looking towards the Flash, as the Flash is making yet another daring rescue on Nerican, and Nerican is out of the chair. Both of them are only a hit away though, so this is really dangerous, but Nerican buying again that really important coveted time as the Flash trying to distract 72S, still making this a really difficult life for the Hunter.
Yeah, look at this though. Jacket tries to work on a cipher here, but this is probably one of the best targets that 72S can go for. Jacket has already expended a lot and has a hit to him, so 72S, all he needs to do is just look for that next hit. But okay, from what we're also seeing here, he's just also wanting to make sure that he continues to pressure these ciphers. What's really great about this situation is that even with the early loss of 9 Amos, OSM has managed to recuperate beautifully in this match. Now, the tricky situation here is they need to make sure that they manage their health, and first whack there will go onto the Flash, but it's all good. Nobody has fallen just yet. This is highly workable for OSM.
Highly workable indeed, but that resource counter for the survivor is not looking too great. We still have one more portal available for Nerican though. There's only 1 cipher remaining, and 72S is not letting this happen. Jacket is quite close to him, so Jacket might once again be on the menu. And there you go, the mirror images pop. And again, such great timing by 72S. Another solid hit on Jacket.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there isn't quite a cipher prime for OSM just yet. 72S will be more than happy to bring him back to the rocket chair where that survivor belongs, where he feel he belongs. And luckily, they were able to salvage an early on rescue courtesy of Nerukun, which was well timed, just so that really good timing on that pop though, gives him enough time to go for that rescue as well. But 72S, he's not gonna dilly-dally, gets a wonderful terror shot. What is the call gonna be here though? 72S gonna try to look for more targets, gonna try to pursue Nerukun. He wants to go for more.
And yes, he does. Nerukun looks like he's about to get sandwiched, and yet another down on the side of the survivors. 72S with those eyes glowing red. Doesn't want anyone else to go anywhere. Nerukun, I believe this is his first chair?
Second chair.
Second chair
for Nerukun. But you know who's not going to be lasting long in this, Raph? It's going to be Jacket. He was able to heal himself up, but 72S is already in the vicinity. Just another second, and oh man, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's a good done deal. Manages to get the mirror image. 72S will play it safe by checking on Nerukun in case any rescues do come up from the flash, but it does seem like OSM will decide to play the safety instead, as this will be not only a 3-1 for the second half in favor of GK, but also the first round victory for this squad.
Yet again, 72S has proven to be the deciding factor, you know. Again, 72S, one thing to note, especially in the playoffs, he's been upping his game. Like that's an understatement. He's been, as I mentioned, the deciding factor. He's like, you know what? We need to go an extra gear. I'll give you an extra 5.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. And it was an interesting back and forth that was happening. Earlier on, we saw that 72S got the pace going super good by being able to nail down 9 Mamos early. And then there was that moment where 72S had his attention towards Jacket. And I feel like during those moments where 72S was on his second survivor, OSM was able to recuperate beautifully, where they were able to suddenly speed it down to 2 ciphers. But at the same time, that was where 72S was able to, again, it's like ping pong, it's like the back and forth. After that, 72S was able to turn it back into his court again. And at that point in time, the highly likely scenario was that it could have ended in either a 2-2 or a 3-1 by possibility. And I think what became really crucial there was the point where Nerukun, I think it was Nerukun, when he was trying to go for the rescue onto Jacket, unfortunately stumbled, which forced OSM to need to pop that cipher. And, you know, that gave them less room to work with as far as error. And it just gave the chances for 72S to execute that 3-1 all the more likely.
Yeah, speaking of Nerukun, though, we have to appreciate the fact that Nerukun had that very, very daring rescue onto the basement to get Jacket the hell out of there. And again, that bought the survivors a lot of time to work with. Once again, OSM still in really, really great form. Like, we're not discrediting OSM because they really are playing super well. But 72S is just an absolute man on a mission today. And again, that was the first map. I believe we've wrapped that up. Second map, we still don't have any information on that yet. But again, still really, really a great way to start the night.
Yeah, and it's an interesting predicament here. I feel like I'm having flashbacks of what happened yesterday, I believe, where it was I believe it was VX. Yeah, I believe it was VX that started off the round with a... Was it though? I feel like my memory's really shaky here, and it was just yesterday. But yeah, you know, that round 1 leaning towards GK. But if there's something that OSM has managed to prove, is that they're capable of going for these mini reverse sweeps. And that was kind of the trend yesterday, where in their match against VX, they might have lost on round 1, but round 2 and round 3, they came back so beautifully, especially with those 5-0s that they managed to pull off. Let's go ahead and check out the match data here, though. As we said, unfortunately, this is probably one of the more unfortunate circumstances when you have a mechanic on your team, but you're not able to maximize any bit of that mechanic. Again, it was because of 72S being able to get the puppet as well as the mechanic earlier on, and how that transcends into scoring is we have a 5-3, which results to a round 1 victory for GK. And let's check out that MVP. Very well deserved. 72S, who was on fire. No dull moment for him during that game, that's for sure.
And that's actually 2 maps in a row for 72S to come out as the MVP. And again, still quite a sight for his performance. And again, 72S, all he has to do is to keep up this really blistering pace. But again, talking about OSM, as Articuno mentioned, their thing has been starting off a bit slow, but then you ask them to go for a perfect game, and they're like, yeah, all right, it's no biggie. We're gonna do it. They're so nonchalant about it, and you gotta commend OSM for their composure in that regard.
Have to agree with you. And at the end of the day, big question here is that whether or not OSM can pull off the same feat as they did yesterday going up against VX. I mean, we're not even talking about a 5-0. At least win the next round just so that you don't have to lose out as early as a round 2 should the round sway towards GK once again. It's somewhat possible from what we've seen. But you know what? I think it is possible. Again, what kind of went wrong for OSM earlier and went heavily right for 72S on the flip side is that 72S, the fact that he found the mechanic as well as the puppet early on, just good done deal. Just made it like any other normal game, as though you didn't have a mechanic on your team.
Yeah, and I have to say that the mechanic has been quite hit or miss this playoffs. Either the mechanic did have the unfortunate circumstance that spawning closest to the hunter, or just really battling out for the Cypher Rush. But again, just really not something the players can control. The spawns, the spawn gods, they have their own game. They dictate the pace of the game as well.
Right, and I guess we'll be finding out once we head into that round 2. But speaking of round 2, let's go ahead and talk about how pick and ban can potentially go, because we just got word that it is GK that gets pick on the map, and they decided to go for is this correct? Yeah, okay. They decided to go for Leo's memory. Okay.
Guess we're going for a bit of a chilly atmosphere here. But yeah, I think if we're not mistaken as well, may I pull on the notes? All right, yeah, we are on Leo's memory. So again, one of the wider maps of the game. This is really going to be interesting. Let's just say that 72S continues to go on Hunter again. Again, he does have the luxury of the momentum he's built for himself. I get 2-time MVP, 2 maps in a row. But at the same time, are they going to take away the violinist or the sudden Bloody Queen from 72S is the question.
Oh man, that is actually going to be really interesting to see. I mean, I think Bloody Queen, it's very hard because if you decide to just go for the respect ban on that Bloody Queen for 72S based on the performance that we saw during round 1, you still leave a lot quite open to 72S's disposal. And it's interesting, you said it, like these other picks that he's shown to be just as scary on as when they faced off against NR yesterday.
One thing to talk about 72S is that he's been, out of the 4 hunters we saw, he's been really, really decisive. You almost never see him stutter step to chase another hunter. It's always such a really smooth route towards whatever he's chasing, whatever he's trying to avoid containment from, And again, I guess that's what makes 72S just a step above from what we've seen. He's been really, really decisive, and he's been making those extra seconds count. And his ability usage as well has been really, really efficient. I don't think we've seen a missed mirror from him today as well.
Yeah, a lot of those mirror images were just super well utilized. And I think that's just a really good start here for GK. Again, like we say, GK normally starts pretty aight, but the fact that pretty aight got them that 3-1 advantage into a round 1 victory. That's pretty huge moving forward against OSM, but you know what? Let's see how they'll fare as we head into the pick and ban for round 2, the first half. It will be OSM that plays survivor side first, so we will be seeing 72S come in again. I think this is okay. Also take note, the Dream Witch will be taken away from 72S, so he can opt for that Bloody Queen pick once again.
I would say that's a bit surprising, but at the same time, it's a Dream Witch, so you shouldn't really be surprised, especially just the presence and the innate pressure that she can exude. But we do have a Gravekeeper out because we don't have a Mercenary or a Seer on the board. And once again, the Bloody Queen is out and about for 72S.
Yeah, and okay. So with the picks that we have, I'm not really surprised that GK decided to leave the mechanic open once again, because 72S is the type of hunter that doesn't dilly-dally for too long as far as looking for his first survivor chase. But then again, let's go ahead and see if he'll find the same luck this game in managing to nail down 9 Mamos early. But so far, based on direction, he spots out Jacket. Question is whether or not he'll commit to the target. Yes, he will.
Oh, and even before Jacket could vault over, that was already a clean hit by 72S. Once again, the efficiency with the mirror image is really coming to play. Jacket will have to dash away from this, but 72S hot on his trail, trying to read where he goes. Jacket couldn't break his ankles, but Jacket with a pout will extend the chase just a bit more.
Yeah, unfortunately had to use a football earlier on so that he could establish some distance between himself and 72S into a nice location to transition and kite. But another one expended. He doesn't really want to fall to 72S this early, but the problem here is that the pincer comes in and down Jacket goes.
And Jacket, again, super close to chair as well, so 72S will have a lot of leeway and a lot of control sitting this man down here. Nerikon, though, is quite close, and I think he's priming up for the rescue here. 9 Mamos as well, a bit too far, but still focusing on that Cypher Rush, as this time around, the mechanic is free to her own devices.
Yeah, in all fairness, that's a pretty decent time that was bought out here by Jacket. I mean, strong win condition here for OSM. So long as none of those puppets are scouted out, and so long as this mechanic stands, then their Cypher progress should be more than decent.
Exactly, and just having a mechanic on board just really changes the pace of the game. But Jacket once again will be the prime target for 72S. Does not want to dilly-dally shilly-shally, but Jacket's still trying to run around here. Again, such a great spot, but that mirror image, that body double of 72S, is not having any of it. Still on the chase here. Oh, and another solid hit as well. Jacket, this will be his second time on the chair.
Yeah, 72S not wasting any time whatsoever. Makes good use of that mirror image once again to send Jacket back to the rocket chair. Same location, in fact. So OSM will be forced to respond to this. But like we said, so long as this mechanic stands, then everything is A-okay for OSM. Now, the big factor here is that OSM can no longer afford to lose out on a survivor this earlier on, so they might consider to go for that rescue onto Jacket. From what we can see, the Flash is already on the case. I mean, he's not going to be super speedy on a Mercenary, but what he can be is super... No, wait a minute! They weren't able to make it in time to get the save on Jacket!
Oh my goodness, and actually... the forward is out of the equation fairly early, but the mechanic has been left to once again do mechanic things. So this is still quite scary for 72S despite having a man down on OSM.
Yeah, he's trying to sniff out his target here. Question is, will he manage to spot the puppet? Ooh, puppet almost getting into vision of 72S here. The question is whether or not he'll commit towards trying to locate the puppet. No, decides to just transition to hopefully look for a survivor. And from what we're seeing here is he's on the right track. He's going the right direction where 9 Mamos is.
That's right, an accelerated decoding. But once again, we have a mechanic on board. So this 72S has to find the Prime Violator here for the decoders, but Nerikun, I think he's on the menu for 72S. 72S already making those heals work, as well as the mirror image, but Nerikun with a very, very timely portal to buy some extra distance. And 72S, all he has to do now, or rather all he could do, is to cancel out those portals for those shenanigans to stop.
Yeah, that was really smart coming in from Nerikun, though. By giving that Cypher a slight wiggle, it instantly turned 72S's attention towards Nerikun instead of the high priority mechanic. So that, again, gives just so much leeway for 9 Mamos as well as control the puppet to, you know, just take a breather. But, ooh, unfortunately, that puppet will get spotted out, and that gives full awareness to 72S as to where 9 Mamos is on that map.
That is absolutely correct, but 72S, it does look like he's in a bit of a shock here to find the flash. Again, he still has an extra shovel, I believe.
Ooh, nice wipe on the flash though with that blink. Still, OSM will nonetheless continue to try to push for the ciphers while the flash tries to keep 72S preoccupied here. Some pretty decent distance that is being established by this Gravekeeper, but 72S hellbent and intent on that mirror image, but you know what? Decides to go for that transition before that expires.
Yep, and the flash is dropping the pallet here. Again, 72S as well. One of the hunters that really don't hesitate on breaking the pallets, but in that situation really had no choice. Once again, one is in the way, and the flash is buying so much time for his team here, but 72S still popping the mirror image here. Trying to realign, swaps away, goes up the stairs. The flash, can he outrun the Red Death?
Oh man, he definitely tried, Raph, but at the end of the day, the flash will get swiped, and that is rocket chair duty for him. I like the early swapperoo coming in from 72S, knowing very well that the flash had full intent of going towards the second story of this building.
Honestly, I love the confidence from 72S with no hesitation whatsoever and no reservations about swapping to the mirror image here, but Nerikun will make his way towards the chair, and that flash is let loose once more. But the last effort is popped as well. Really, really well played by 72S. 2 ciphers remain on the board, and that mechanic is still up and running.
Yeah, and the Flash just doing what he can to distance himself from 72S just so that he doesn't get strapped to rocket chair that easily, so that he can wiggle and buy whatever seconds he can for the rest of the team. But yeah, some healthy distance. 72S has a bit of a way to go before he can strap the Flash to a rocket chair. OSM still very much on track.
Exactly, and they do have a prime cipher here, so they can actually attempt to get the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper still has quite a bit of time on the chair, and immediately there was a sneaky man there, but
yes, luckily, this is the long-term benefit of having 9 Mamos and a puppet up. They were able to utilize that puppet to make sure that they can pop a cipher here, and this is huge for OSM. They can potentially still escape with 3 numbers out, and the Flash, he's just going to buy time for the rest of the team that can make the exit. He's still a bit of a way to go from the dungeon. I'm not even sure if OSM is aware of dungeon positioning right now, but I don't think it'll matter as the Flash falls once again.
I love that. That was such a great read by 72S, not going up the stairs and just waiting for the Flash to fall here. And the Flash is still on the chair here. Nope, he's back to the manor, but they will play it safe, get that mechanic out, and so far, I would say that was still a pretty solid match for OSM. The mechanic really served its purpose, but 72S with his decisiveness maximized this effectivity as well.
Yeah, again, 72S had a really good pacing in that game. But then again, on the flip side, this just really shows how powerful a mechanic can be when left unchecked, when that mechanic has the freedom to just put those puppets to max use. So even though, let's say, he made such a tremendous effort at being able to land jacket early, it didn't really matter because technically it still feels as though you're dealing with 4 survivors because of that puppet that's doing the work for the mechanic.
And yeah, actually, 9 Mamos really did such a great job of capitalizing on the fact that the puppets were discovered so late, and even made a daring rescue with one of them. Or was it 9 Mamos or stuff? I'm getting mixed up. But again, still really close match here, and I can only be so excited for the second half.
Yeah, actually, that's going to be interesting because as far as pushing it into a round 3, OSM has a really good chance of that. Take note, the reason why GK was able to take the first round was because of 72S being able to secure that 3-1. But with the result of this first half where 72S only managed a 2-2, that gives them a little bit more of a breather. Now, all they have to do is to make sure that the last human gets at least a 2-2 or better. It's still very much feasible for GK to get a 3-1 on Survivor side, but you know what? We'll just have to see as to whether or not they can execute, because that's going to be tricky considering who they're up against. The last human has had a very good track record as far as making sure he ends up on the better end of the point. So let's see if GK can do anything to thwart that. But let's check out the match data, in which case, just so that we get a feeler of what we're now.
Again, the Flash, to nobody's surprise, has the most containment time there. The Gravekeeper really did what he could, but 72S with an absolute monster of a read in that last chase there really stuffed his plats. But 9 Mamos, again, to nobody's surprise, 250%, 248% on the Cypher progress.
Yeah, really good, in which case. And yeah, I'm really interested in seeing how this next game will pan out. From what I see, I think GK will be respecting the guard 26 pick from the last human. If not, then Dream Witch as well would be a fairly standard way to go if they do wish to go that route for banning. Survivor side, probably banking on seeing a Seer Mercenary ban as well from GK, but we'll I guess we'll see once we hit that drafting phase.
Yeah, and adding Skyfall finally to the roster of GK could possibly potentially mix this up for OSM. Again, maybe you could say that GK on the Survivor side yesterday wasn't firing on all cylinders, and potentially Skyfall could bring that cohesion that they were very cohesive, but having the captain there, the captain himself, is really a bolster to their confidence and their play. But as Articuno mentioned, it would be to nobody's surprise to get that mercenary the hell away from the hands of the survivors.
Right, and oh gosh, I am getting chills from this matchup because, again, it was very tricky for OSM going into this round 2. I feel like this first half of getting a 2-2 is a huge sigh of relief to them, because I feel like that's one of the bigger threats that they were facing going into this match. That prospect of 72S potentially pulling the weight for GK by getting the better points, but that was fully thwarted in this first half. So all they have to do is make sure, again, that they just get better halves or better points in the second half, and round 3 is probably where things will really count, because by history, that's where both 72S and the last human have proven to have that ground where they really thrive.
Mm-hmm. And maybe potentially, as you mentioned that as well, since considering we are on Leo's memory, it is again a fairly large map, and I would have to say that maybe as well a mechanic ban would be on the menu, because we saw the mechanic just run around and basically just, how do I put this, assert her dolls and her presence.
That's what it's interesting that you put it that way. Yeah, just looking at the flip side again. Okay, let's go ahead and check out how pick and ban will be going, in which case for the second half, because we just got the signal that it is ready. Guard 26, as we talked about, Raph, is going to be the target ban. Interesting, though. Last human opted for the mechanic ban. Doesn't want to give GK the benefit of pulling off the same feature of keeping ciphers at a steady rate like that first half.
It wouldn't surprise me if they had a surprise prisoner pick just in place of the mechanic, but it does look like Skyfall will instead go for the Gravekeeper, and just to add that extra survivability and containment to the side of GK. Now, another thing about GK. Oh, actually, the first time we'll see Last Human's dream match in the playoffs is today.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, this is gonna be interesting. The Dream Witch was left out to play in the midst of respecting that guard 26. So the Last Human, oh man, I think if anything, GK is the one that has their work cut out for him by allowing this Dream Witch through. But yeah, we'll see how that pans out, whether or not the Last Human will find success on this pick. The odds are in his favor, though. So, man, the Hunger Games begin. It is the second half of the second round, with Last Human already on the prowl. And look at this, an early scout out on Skyfall.
And if we're not mistaken, Skyfall is going to be the first one to get leeched here. And right on cue, the Last Human plants it on Skyfall. But those pals are quite early on the side of Skyfall, even expending the dig here, but the followers are hot on his trail. Just trying to get rid of that as well. Last Human micromanaging all these followers, trying to sandwich Skyfall in.
Yeah, seeing the spawns coming in from Last Human, Skyfall knew very well that he had to utilize these shovels in order to transition to a better location to kite out this follower. Now he's just making the most of it, entering the shack here. It's just playing around this pallet, really maximizing the duration that he has. But here you go, getting pincered by two followers means that he will be taking the first hit. The blink comes in though, that last hit comes in, and Skyfall, no pun intended, takes the fall.
And well timed, as we are going to be we're going to see the first chair, and it's going to be on the Gravekeeper. But look at all the Cypher progress already. Once again, another leech. It will be sent in the way of the Mercenary. So that's going to be a bit of a inconvenience for Sloth Top here.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. That is unfortunate for JK, getting that early chair for Skyfall. Skyfall did try his hardest, though, in all fairness to him, to try to keep Last Human preoccupied. But you know, it happens. It happens. Here we have Sloth Top with the response already, making a dashing entry to Skyfall's rescue. But you know, doesn't want to spend too much time. Wants to try to go for that rescue as soon as he can. Soaks up a hit in order for Skyfall to go for the red.
That is right, and that is going to be another shovel expended for the Gravekeeper here. Skyfall still trying to make as much distance as he can between him and the Last Human, but the followers are already looking for V8, as V8 will have to abandon that Cypher. And of course, another deny here by the followers. Last Human doesn't want to look like he wants to let Skyfall go just yet.
Yeah, really hot on his trail. Take no double follower. Just to make sure that Last Human doesn't waste too much time in the midst of trying to take down Skyfall. But ooh, beautifully played out here. Skyfall was hoping to maximize the pallet to buy a bit more time. Fortunately, that won't be the case. Decides to reroute one of the leeches before sending over Skyfall to the rocket chair once again. Take note though, since the rescue was very timely from the side of JK on Skyfall's first rocket chair, he still has halfway to go. That will mean that should they be able to get the rescue again, that is another life for Skyfall to maximize.
That is right, but the followers are here to try and deny, not before he can let go, or rather rescue his teammate, but the last effort will be popped for Skyfall. Skyfall will eventually fall, but V8's efforts are not in vain, as he is still burning precious clock for his team.
Yeah, and one thing we'd like to note is accelerated decoding is up, and in a very timely manner. There's only 2 ciphers remaining for GK, so they are very well on track in all of this. If anything, Skyfall massively maximized the time that he had alive before he is sent back to the rocket chair, and this is going to be huge for GK. The possibility of 3 survivors out of this game, out of the gate, is still very much intact. But of course, for Last Human, he is very much hell-bent and intent on not allowing that opportunity for GK. They want to push this into a round 3, and Last Human, he's going for it. He's a man on a mission.
Exactly right. 2 ciphers remain as well, and Ford already soaked up with a hit, plus a leech on top of him. So the Last Human, he is going to focus his efforts on this one. Soft Top, though, doesn't really notice that Last Human is there, being the invisible watcher that he is, that Leech will be transferred. And still, this micromanagement is a little dizzying. But still, all this map presence that Last Human is commanding is absolutely insane.
Oh gosh, this is really good pressure coming in. But take note of the progress on this cipher towards the lower left of your screen, ladies and gents. GK is on a roll in this progress here. So yeah, so long as they keep this up, then the possibility of a 3-1 is still very much within their grasp. But looks like For You has to make evasive maneuvers to get out of there, as a follower is on her tail.
And that is a very angry follower, but the timing on that portal, once again, quite impressive for you here. We'll have to drop the pout, might have to drop a second one, but the swing is a bit preemptive here for the Last Human. Oh,
Interesting For You playing around in that corner there. But you know what? This is the tricky part that GK has to deal with. Again, we've mentioned that it is indeed a pro that there are only 2 ciphers remaining. They've made great progress, but less survivors means it makes it super easy for Last Human to put on the pressure. But you know what? Pressure it is as that Priestess falls, and it will be sent to that rocket chair.
indeed, this is going to be the first trip to the rocket chair for you, but that blink strike, one for the ages here. Last Human will again still just camp this one out. A lot of control being expended. Sloth Top already on the rotation, trying to save the Priestess in the chair.
Oh my god. But you know what? Still a bit of room to breathe here. But the fact is, beautiful timing on that pad, by the way. Unfortunately, Sloth Top will nonetheless have to soak up a hit. For You tries to go for a portal play. Unfortunately, won't be enough time there. But you know what? It's all good. 1 cipher remaining. They actually decide to just pop both. But at the same time, this is unfortunate, as it will be the Mercenary that falls this time around.
And this is looking really good for OSM, as Last Human is cleaning up. The glowing eyes are there, but they have to be really careful. For You is up there trying to patch up V8, but they will be discovered, and they'll have to get the hell out of there, as Last Human is summoning the followers. He will throw on us a leech onto one of them.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy escape here for GK at all. That Mercenary falls once again. And For You, he's actually not far from potentially taking a fall in this either. Last Human just making sure to keep him intact, and beautiful timing on that fall. We're getting the whack on For You, and that is 2 survivors down. This is getting crazy, Rav. If anything, GK might actually find themselves in a situation where they might lose out on all of these survivors. Everyone is down.
Are you serious, Last Human? And again, you ask for a perfect game from OSM, they're like, yeah, sure, why not, I guess. They just go for it.
Yeah, good choice, in which case turning towards V8 just so that V8 couldn't get a full-on heal. Speaking of full-on heal, For You is up again though, so For You can potentially salvage this game.
And the
just so
keyword
that
is
they
salvage.
get the perfect score.
Even if they get a half seed, that's not bad at all. Still a forced game 3, but you don't want to give OSM the point advantage. He wiggles out, but the follower backup is right here, and V8 is down once more.
Yeah, it looks like this follower gonna turn straight towards For You again. For You though, trying to take a breather here. Will get that opportunity. No, that is a fallen survivor, and at this time around, I think it's a good done deal. I'm having goosebumps. These are flashbacks of exactly what happened yesterday, ladies and gents. I think it is very clear. OSM coming back with a vengeance in this second round, proving to have all the will and endurance to want to win and go all the way in this winner's bracket. They get the full 5 points and the round 2 victory.
I think that's absolutely crazy. Just having 3 perfect games on the record in top 8 nonetheless in this kind of environment. Now, I would have to say that just having the respect ban on the guard 26 just let Last Human go crazy on that rematch. That was something that maybe you wouldn't really expect because it's a bigger map, but Last Human's like, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna just do it.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the Dream Witch was left out in the open. I really felt like GK would have still managed to do and fare better against a guard 26 in this game. They already proved that they are very much capable of rolling with the punches in round one. Even let's say there was going to be an extra ban on Survivor, which could have slightly set their composition back. But yeah, that's the problem when you're dealing with a Dream Wish, especially when you start losing out on more of those survivors. It just makes it so much more manageable for the hunter to commit followers towards not only chasing survivors, but pressuring the progress on those ciphers. So, with that said, game in itself was a perfect example of what the Last Human is capable of with the Dream Witch, forcing GK into that really scary scenario, and they paid the price for it. That is 5 points that OSM secured. That completely voids out that 1 point of an advantage that GK secured for themselves in round one. And if anything, OSM, they have control over this series now, Raf.
That they do, and again, I'm just still appalled about how OSM is managing to pull this off, despite being, I would say, one of the dark horses in the roster that we have for the teams. And I really love, maybe they're playing with that extra chip on their shoulder. They're like, you know what, since most of you guys, maybe we're not in your favorites, but we're going to show you why we're here. We're going to show you what we're capable of. And this is honestly like a Cinderella story, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that, Raf, because again, as we were talking about over the past days, GK and VX were the heavy favorites to win it all in this tournament. But now we have a pretty solid team in OSM, which could potentially challenge all of that. And to be fair, like, very well deserved if they do manage to pull it off. I mean, to pull off 5-0, not only against VX yesterday twice, one on Hunter, one on Survivor, but again against GK, that is a statement in itself that OSM is making. And I think it's a warning message to everyone at this point, moving forward, whoever else they'll be facing, that they're a team, they're a force to be reckoned with.
I really did not expect this kind of performance again from them, because again, this type of play, to be consistent with this, you have to be absolutely dominant, and that's what OSM has been up to. And even with the with a Dream Witch pick, Last Human made it look so effortless, you know, especially with the well-timed summons and the well-timed blinks. It's like, all right, guys, you want to leave Dream Witch open? All right, I guess that's up to you.
He was in full command of that game. The performance was without a doubt really, really darn good. And at the end of the day, really not sure anymore how this could go. Just after that second round, I am actually very worried about our predictions this time, Raf. I really think OSM might have this if they're able to keep up the consistency going into round three. Again, it's not just the consistency of this matchup, but by history, they pull it off so many times. So why not do it again in this matchup against GK?
This game just keeps on giving, you know, again, just defying all the expectations. And we can just get into the numbers real quick, into our match data.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check that out. So not a moment to breathe for Skyfall, as he was the first to fall earlier in that round. In all fairness, he did buy a lot of time, though, with regardless of whether or not he was able to contribute to the decoding progress. In this case, not really, with the 0% reflected. But yeah, things really went south super fast towards those last few minutes. GK were able to get their bearings, in all fairness.
Indeed, and again, 11 knockdowns. That is really, really impressive for Last Human here. Just considering how annoying that team was to deal with the mobility of all of them, and just the ability to contain the Hunter. But look at that. Perfect 5 points for OSM. Can they do it again in the third map? Because so far, we've seen GK really, really come alive in the third map.
For sure. And, oh man, I guess moving forward, GK has a challenge ahead of them. It is now a 3-point difference in favor of OSM, 7-10. So that's gonna be hard to deal with, Raf. Let's do some quick maths here. what GK has to accomplish is that they have to, for both games, get 3-1 or more. There's no room for having one of those rounds go the half Cs. They have to get 3-1 and above for both games.
Exactly, but just a quick dip into Last Human here. Again, just really raising the stock on his dream match here. An absolute commanding and dominant performance. But yeah, exactly. The numbers really have to be in the favor of GK in these coming rounds. They really have to play to a near perfection. They almost have to be almost clinical at all times of the next match.
What I will say though is that is there a moment where they can afford a 2-2? Sure, but if they do end up with a 2-2, that means they have to perfect their other round. They have to get that 5-0 just so that it ends up ending in a 2-point advantage. But yeah, there's a lot of odds stacked against GK at the end of the day. There's no real scenario where this can go up into a playoffs extra round. But here, from what we see, okay, so it's actually for you that they decide to swap out here in favor of Rosamund. That is an interesting substitution here.
Indeed it is. And one thing that, again, I'm just going to move this a bit towards OSM again. One thing to really note about The Last Human is the way he clogs up the rescue routes. You know, he's always been occupying that, leeching anyone who dares come close to the chairs he controls. And once again, just the control of his followers to sandwich. We saw that with the Gravedigger. The Gravedigger did such a great job of trying to hold down the Dream Witch. But again, those followers, those loyal followers, sandwiched him in, and that was the death of him.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate for GK. But you know what? Going forward, this is interesting, Raf. So this is worth the discussion. We just got word that third map has already been chosen. GK got the opportunity to choose, and they actually chose Ever Sleeping Town, one of the biggest maps in our rotation for IVC 2020. So that in itself is interesting because they could actually leave the Dream Witch open in this case, because that's a lot of real estate that you have to work with. And we haven't really seen as many hunters be as comfortable with bringing Dream Witch on these super big maps, especially one like Ever Sleeping Town. So that actually changes the course of how pick and ban could go for both teams here. And further confirmation is that OSM decided to play Hunter first. So I think this is a good start here because, again, the discussion is if there's anyone that can really pull in a win for OSM, it's The Last Human. So at least by the first half, OSM deciding to play their more dominant half will already give us an inkling as to whether or not this will likely lean towards an OSM victory or not.
If somehow OSM manages to have a perfect start, then would it be safe to say that GK is really going to have a hell of a time trying to claw back in? But again, we'll leave that to the math. But just talking about Ever Sleeping Town, yeah, it might be a good calculated risk to leave the Dream Witch open. However, once again, the Dream Witch is only limited to the mechanical capacity of the Hunter. So Last Human, we've seen him micromanage to the greatest degree we've seen so far. So I don't think it would be beyond him to actually pick Dream Witch and says, you know what, you guys left this open. Once again, we'll punish you for your mistakes.
Yeah, indeed. So that said, let's go ahead and talk about how pick and ban can potentially go. 100%. It's a no-brainer. GK has to ban the Guard 26. Just by going back to the group stage, I feel like everybody that has tuned into IVC has to remember the epic game that Last Human had on a Guard 26. I believe it was against NR, where it was a nightmare in itself if you played Survivor in that game. So Guard 26 for sure, away from The Last Human. Yeah, let's talk about it in The Last Human's context first. It's OSM will be playing Hunter first. Another ban that you might want to take away from The Last Human in this case is Bloody Queen. Yeah, I really think Bloody Queen Guard 26 ban on the Last Human will write this. What could be left open, in which case for the Last Human's choosing, I would not be surprised if he does decide to lean towards a violinist. Dream Witch, I feel, would be a little bit more risky, but it's not completely out of the window quite yet either.
Exactly. And again, just Ever Sleeping Town. This is a map that we normally don't see, especially for a third map. But this is, by any means, if they pick Dream Witch, it's a daring pick. But just this map alone, it's already a daring pick. But again, that is a lot of real estate to cover, and that is going to give a lot of leeway for the survivors to just run around and do survivor things.
Yeah, and okay, for survivor picks from GK, I think straight up, we're going to be seeing a Priestess ban on this map. Priestess has proven to be a force to be reckoned with when playing on Ever Sleeping Town. Aside from that, I think Mercenary, another pick you do kind of want to take out, because I feel that Mercenary will heavily benefit from the huge terrain in the midst of kites. Should that happen, probably, I think I would personally let Mechanic through. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out how pick and ban will roll out as we will head into it. Okay, yeah, Mechanic will be the pick. Interesting enough, they do decide to take away Dream Witch. That's respectable. I mean, Last Human had such a phenomenal run on Dream Witch during the last round, so you don't want to encounter that. But let's check out what the Hunter pick will be, in which case.
Oh,
Okay.
Bloody Queen. All right. So, honestly, for GK, I wouldn't have been surprised if they did pick up the Acrobat just for the sheer size of this map. And again, this is still a really, really solid lineup. No faults here. On the side of Last Human, he will continue his rampage as the Red Queen herself. However, Sleeping Town, as we mentioned, it's a bit of a doozy, especially for the Hunter. Just so much ground you have to cover, and you have a grave digger, a grave keeper rather, and a perfumer to deal with. It's like, man, this is gonna be a nightmare.
Yeah, I think GK has the right thought process in their draft. They want to try to go for as many slippery survivors as possible. They don't want a repeat of what happened in round 2. Also, just a quick addition to the math that I did earlier. GK can actually afford to concur a 1-3, so long as, again, that they get a 5-0 in the second round. So, but still, the odds are still against them in this case. So the switcheroo comes in. Take note of that early swipe on V8 though. So a bit worrisome there.
That is right, and if V8 falls, that is going to be a hindrance to their rescuing ability here. But they do have a contingency in the form of a Gravekeeper, so that is still on the menu. But V8 trying to vault out the window, but Last Human will have none of that and perfectly swipes at him. This is going to be the first chair of the game, quite early as well. But that Cypher progress is already at a respectable rate. Skyfall is here though. He is quite close, so he is going to prime up a rescue. He's thinking about it.
Ooh, this is not good for GK. Okay. One thing I would like to talk about. Number one, V8 strapped early to a rocket chair. Another tricky scenario that they kind of have to deal with is, okay, interesting switcheroo coming in from Last Human. That gives Psycho the opening to allow V8 that rescue.
Absolutely, but that is going to be a hit soaked here, so that is a lot of damage that they have to account for. And the last effort is going to be popped by Last Human. Last Human is still on a tear here. V8, it's only a matter of time before he falls, and there he goes. He is quite close to chair as well, but Last Human is going to expend the mirror image and try to find someone else, but he finally balloons and tries to take the survivor here onto the chair, and there you go.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, this is unfortunate for GK. So I want to talk about the pros and cons for Survivor on playing this map. Sure, you have a lot of real estate that you can utilize when you're dealing with this hunter. However, if one of your teammates does indeed go down and strap to a rocket chair, that's a lot of terrain you have to traverse to go for the rescue on the flip side. So there's a lot of means for error here, but you know what? Good job by GK knowing very well that they have to respond early. V8, he's on the run once again, but Last Human, he's hellbent and intent on his trail.
That was actually the entirety of GK just to get that man off the chair. But Last Human will set his sights once more onto V8 as V8 will head into this dark alley, but no, into the mirror and Last Human. You absolute monster with that timing, and once again to the chair we go.
And that is sayonara to that forward. 3 members of GK remaining, and their Cypher progress right now isn't at its best. A lot of resources, a lot of manpower was expended earlier on to respond to the fall of V8. And Last Human, man, oh man, he is really giving GK a run for their money. Accelerated decoding has been activated, so that will give a little bit of a breather for GK. But the question is, with only 3 ciphers remaining, can they get these ciphers primed up in time? Because the numbers aren't in their favor right now.
Yep, and that faith is going to be left to Slothtop here. Slothtop still does have 2 charges on her perfume, so she is going to be relatively tanky against Last Human, but Last Human is not going to let that deter this chase. The Cypher progress is still coming in handy here. It is going at a respectable rate, but Last Human really not letting Slothtop go whatsoever.
Yeah, ooh, tries to go for a swipe. They're not gonna quite work out. Yeah, there you go. Looks for the mirror image. Very likely chance of getting a pincer here, but nice transition coming in from the Last Human. Actually waiting on the perfume before he goes the full way up the stairs.
That's exactly right, but Last Human is gonna keep this on the ground level as Slothtop is still here on the streets, and Last Human ain't having none of that. This chase is ensuing, but Slothtop, I have to admit, doing such a great job of keeping Last Human at bay.
Yeah, this is such a great play coming in from Slothtop. The fact that he's buying so much time for GK allows him to get back on track, even with the loss amount of time that they did in the process of trying to salvage V8. But there you have it. Slothtop, unfortunately, can only buy so much time. Great job from Last Human, in which case, as he sends this Perfuma to the rocket chair.
And still, with all that time burnt, there's 2 ciphers left here. Skyfall will have to vacate the area as he understands that Last Human is going to be very wary of that position as the dungeon is there. Skyfall trying to run back to the cipher. Slothtop has already been freed, but the mirror image once more will pop the last effort. Slothtop still trying to buy as much time as he can. Rose Rin is going to be on the receiving end of Last Human's chase.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Take note, Perfumer is up once. Oh, sorry, no. Will fall again, rather, but is quite a distance away. So Last Human has quite the terrain to traverse to turn back to Slothtop. Skyfall is in the vicinity, though. 2 ciphers remaining, but if I'm not mistaken, there was already a cipher that was near being primed. So, like I said, GK is back on track in this, but they have to be careful. Slothtop, should they be able to salvage the Perfumer, won't have as much to work with anymore as far as lives.
Exactly. They do have 10 seconds of extra room to not worry about the mirror image, but that is going to come out of cooldown very, very soon. Skyfall is here. We'll have to burn a pad just to make some space against Last Human, and this open area is really, really beneficial for the slightly faster hunters here. He will have to soak a hit for that as well.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, on the prowl here. This is huge for GK, in which case I feel like even with the early loss of V8, they've been rolling with the punches super duper well. Rosarin trying to play the sneaky though. Last Human does get a bit of a glimpse on Slothtop though, but Last Human is going to be more than willing to cancel out that shovel early just so that he can continue the chase on Rosarin.
Oh, once again, another well-placed mirror. We'll keep Rosarin at half health here. Last Human will have to swap targets here as that loop is not really ideal for him. We'll try to look for that last cipher, but it is nowhere to be found yet. He will find Skyfall though. Skyfall understands the dire situation he's in. Will have to make some distance between him and Last Human as Last Human is closing this gap.
Yeah, but this is really starting to get dangerous for GK. Everyone is incapacitated, and Skyfall establishing some pretty good distance though. Has 2 pads to work with, not to mention. Love the fact that GK is going to take it a bit more easy here, not wanting to go the full rush, wanting to make sure that they're within full health first before they continue to deal with the last human here, as you can see.
Right, really smart decision making for GK as a whole here. That healing progress should be close, but last human is closer. Perfumer will be back to full health and still has 1 perfume charge. Rosarian trying to kite this one out, but the mirror image is there again! My goodness, last human, an absolute sniper.
Yeah, and that will be rocket chair for Rosarin, but it's all good. Look at that Cypher progress. So long as they play their cards right, GK still has a lot that they can work with here. And if anything, they're already faring against what could be deterring them in this round 3. They're managing against Last Human quite decently. All they have to make sure of is they don't have a repeat of what happened in round 2.
Oh, but Last Human is camping out. The Cypher here. Rosarin will be freed from the chair. Is he trying to... Oh my goodness. The chase will still be ensued. Burning the mirror here. Those 2 survivors are trying to escape. The mercenary is down on his knees. Somebody has to pick him up here with a quick switch onto Slothtop. Slothtop has to burn. Rather use the pallet here. But Last Human still hot on his heels, Articuno.
Yeah, take note. Slothtop doesn't have any more lives to work with. This is why Last Human is so hellbent and intent on taking down this Perfumer, looking for that last swipe. Ooh, not quite getting it though. But with the mirror image up, perhaps that's the tool that he needs to make sure that he comfortably and finally takes down Slothtop. Mercenary has already fallen though in the midst of things, but that should be an easy heal so long as the Perfumer can buy more time.
And time is not on the side of the survivors here, as Last Human is diverting his attention towards Skyfall here. None of them have been fully healed yet, but Skyfall does have 1 more pad. So this is still a bit of a doozy for Last Human as his mirror image is coming off cooldown. But those extra 5 seconds, it's going to be potentially enough for GK to recuperate.
Yeah, I love that Last Human is really playing towards win conditions, though. He doesn't want to give GK any window of opportunity where they could try to make these comebacks in round 3. He's trying to close out as many points as possible for OSM, just so that they have some extra cushioning to work with going into that second half. Heck, if anything, the possibility of a 5.4 survivor elimination is still intact nonetheless. Take note, Slothtop tries to work on that Cypher though, but finds himself in a very tricky situation as Last Human gets that swipe and down that Perfumer goes.
And I don't think they have anything primed here. It was quite close, but Last Human ain't having none of that again. Slothtop, it's gonna be another chair for him. GK potentially on their last legs here. None of them have been healed up as well. Skyfall is in the vicinity, so he will attempt something here.
Yeah, I love the idea of Last Human just kind of transitioning this Perfumer to a farther chair. Okay, so actually I was mistaken. Perfumer still has life to her on this rocket chair, only through the halfway mark, but Skyfall is going to try to attempt the rescue. Has to be careful though.
Oh, but he does get hit, but at least this is going to be Slothtop freed from the clutches of that chair. However, this mercenary is going to fall, so he will be the sacrificial lamb. Last Human has set his sights on Rosarin here. Rosarin has to be really careful. That is primed and ready though.
Yeah, interesting. Rosarin was really banking on hoping to get that pop, but who actually falls in the end. And Last Human will be more than happy to take this Gravekeeper back to the rocket chair. And not only this, Last Human also gets reign of the Cypher that was supposedly ready for the pop-in. GK, though, they're trying to regroup as they get the heal on each other.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Articuno, but I think that is the 3rd Cypher pop the Last Human has denied, but Skyfall could not be rescued by Slothtop and Slothtop. Oh my goodness. Last Human.
Is huge. Okay, Mercenary will get strapped to that rocket chair. Question is, does Slothtop have it in him to try to get up? I don't think that's the case. Ladies and gents, OSM, they have done it. They managed to secure not only 5 points, but regardless of what the results are going into the second half, it is a good done deal. They have booked their ticket into the winners bracket finals, the grand finals of the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia.
And it is going to be a big shock. That was a big shock to all of us. Again, you ask for a perfect game from OSM, they're just going to deliver with absolutely no hesitation. And Last Human's decision making there, just to not greed for one survivor and evening out the attention, really, really, really smart. Big brain plays.
Yeah, and oh man, such a shame. Kudos to GK though. They were playing to win. That was for sure. They wanted to try to get as many points as they can just so that they'd have cushioning in that second half. But at the end of the day, that came with a risk. They played to get more survivors out of the exit gate, but by doing so, you play the long game. And when you play the long game, that also means that you give leeway to Last Human to play to win for OSM as well. And just 5 points right there. Another Last Human. I am never forsaking OSM again, that's for sure. Two perfect games from Last Human in this series, Raf.
I feel like the more you pick against OSM, the stronger they get. Like, yes, doubt us more. Give us energy. And it's just absolutely crazy. And I love it. I love that they're feeding off that type of energy or whatever is driving them. It definitely is working. And as you mentioned, 2 perfect games in a row. And would you add yesterday's performance as well, taking that into account? It really is a doozy to play against that kind of momentum and heat from that man.
Indeed. And gosh, just very well played. Unfortunately, that does drop GK to the losers bracket. Straight up, OSM is the Titan Slayer in the IVC. They've taken down VX. Actually, let's put it this way. They took down NR during group stage. They took down VX yesterday. They took down GK today. Straight up, we might have a new champion in our hands, Raf, just based on that performance. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and check out the match data just to get a reflection of how things went down in that first half. I'm still trying to get over it, to be honest.
I am too, but again, kudos to GK for really hanging on their Slothtop with the first triple digits of the day. And wow, 21 hits on a Bloody Queen with 10 knockdowns, paired for Last Humans. Again, possibly MVP performance once more.
Yeah, and my gosh. GK, again, just kudos to them. Playing to win in that game. The early loss on V8, though, definitely caused problems. But you know what? You have to attribute that to the Last Human there. I'm kind of disappointed that they left the Bloody Queen open, considering that Last Human has had some pretty good success on this particular hunter as well. I think Ever Sleeping Town as the choice map was a way for GK to kind of play against the hunter disadvantage of having to work through a large terrain. But the thing is, again, when you have a Bloody Queen, it kind of minimizes the disadvantage that you were trying to force on the hunter a bit. So
exactly,
it didn't quite work out for them in the end.
And again, just the min-max of the game, especially in this type of situation. And I'm honestly really happy for OSM to find this kind of footing this late into the tournament. And my goodness, these fresh legs under them have been really taking them far. And I have to say, both sides of the coin, both the Hunter and Last Human and everyone on their Survivor roster has been absolutely impressive. And maybe we'll even get to see more of that.
Oh gosh, I am really looking forward to it, in which case, Raf. But you know what? Even though we have a winner in OSM already, we still have a second half to play. So hopefully GK uses this as a moment for practice, I say, in preparation for the losers bracket ahead.
Again, still, there's still silver lining here. GK can still try and prepare for maybe even potentially meeting OSM again in the grand finals. Still a lot of tournament to play.
Yeah, and oh man, such a shame. I think what would really be a sad circumstance for GK here is what if they get the 5-0 on second half? That just means that GK Survivor side would not have needed to play too risky during that first half. But like I said, sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to take some risks in this tournament. And it's better to take those risks than to constantly play it safe all the time. Because as you can see, as early as the group stage, playing it safe isn't quite going to cut it when you're playing in IVC. Sometimes you got to take those risks. And just sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. That's life.
And let's just say they do get a perfect game off of OSM, then that's just a great sign that there is more to come from GK. And again, maybe potentially their rematch could be in a different kind of landscape, But still, we do have one more half to play, and definitely, even though OSM has again slayed one of the titans of the tournament, still really exciting what GK can pull off with 72S. I'm pretty sure 72S still has something up his sleeve.
For sure. And really looking forward to cast this second half nonetheless. Like we said, it is unfortunate that GK has fallen to the lower bracket, and that regardless of the result of the second half doesn't really affect their standing in this match, but they played their hearts out today, that's for sure. And hopefully they manage to bounce back as they face whoever is the winner of our second match a little later on.
That's right. And man, it does kind of break my heart that my pick is out of contention for at least the winner side of things. But it's all good. It's all good. I know GK. I have faith in GK. But again, OSM fans, rejoice. Because still, really, really impressive stuff here. Now, another thing to look at. Again, this could potentially be another experimentation phase for GK. As, again, the score dictates that even if they do get a perfect half on their hands, they can't really proceed in the upper bracket anymore. So they could potentially take this as a experimental run with maybe a hunter pick from 72S. Who knows?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, gosh, what else is there to say? I think just with the performance we have from OSM, I have high expectations of having an explosive grand finals come the following weekend. But you know what? I can't look too far forward into the future just yet, as we still have a second half to play as well as a second match, not to mention, which will be between NR and VX a little while. So just waiting to get into the pick and ban for this second half here.
That's right. And just thinking about OSM, man, I'm just really, really surprised because, again, coming up to this point, just watching them play, I guess it would be safe to say that they weren't in this type of form just coming into the playoffs, and suddenly the playoffs gave them this kind of boost to their play, to their confidence. You can really tell that Last Human is playing with absolute confidence with the way he's been making his decisions with just no hesitation whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess with what has happened, guys, that makes me all the more curious what your thoughts are with what has been happening. What the hell has been happening, guys? I'm still trying to let everything sink in as far as how the results have panned out. But you know what? As we go into the pick and ban, be sure to use that hashtag IVC 2020 SEA. Let's check out how they go about this. Bloody Queen as well as Dream Witch taken off the board.
And an immediate ban on that as well. Now, again, as I mentioned, OSM probably will also have room to experiment with their compositions here. Again, an Acrobat, not something you'd normally see, but looking at the bans, not too crazy as well for Ever Sleeping Town. Oh, okay.
Okay, OSM getting a little creative with their picks here. Seer, Mercenary, and Forward was banned. I like the creativity of draft here, in which case Acrobat as well as the first officer. Question is, how are they going to wrap it up? Okay!
What?
Magician! Take note, guys. We only saw Magician once in the group stage. Didn't end well that time. And okay, 72S gonna be bringing out the Axe Boy for Ever Sleeping Town. I didn't agree with this pick actually, but Magician, ooh.
I mean, given the circumstance of this match, really can't fault any of these picks. Really, again, this is a lot of flexibility being shown on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Axe Boy, I would highly agree with, because again, when you're playing on a map such as Ever Sleeping Town, you want to have a hunter who has something in his kit that makes it easier for him to traverse all of this real estate. And in Axe Boy's case, he has the movement speed boost through one of his abilities, so definitely a good way to go. I still can't go over this Magician pick, but you know what? Let's see if OSM will find better success on him, because at least in this case, the Axe Boy is heavily focused on chasing Nerakun here.
Exactly, and hopefully this Magician can pull a rabbit out of his hat, because 72S looks like he's playing with a vengeance already. Looking at Nerakun, just trying to position himself for better success, but Nerakun already wasted quite a bit of time here for the Axe Boy.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, take note. Both Acrobat and First Officer have suffered damage already, so they still ought to be careful. Really good by Nerakun, though, to just kite around by playing around the stories of structure. But this is very dangerous. The blink comes in, and Nerakun didn't want any more of it. Just go straight for the blink before Nerakun can transition over that window.
Exactly, and now this is going to be the first balloon. It's going to be the Acrobat. He will suffer more. Directly into the basement. Okay, 72S really not wasting any time here whatsoever. He is playing for keeps. The question is, who is going to be the one up to the task of going into this basement and getting that Acrobat out of there?
Okay, so the good thing about this is we're gonna see the Flash potentially go for the rescue, and I would agree with it. At least with the Priestess portals, you could make the escape not only a little bit more easier, but also the distance that you can go. But okay, wait a minute, Jacket's actually committing as well, but proves to be a really nice distraction, as it is the Flash that goes full circle. Great job from 72S in which case, by taking away that portal just so that they don't get the easy way out and have to go the long way all the way up those stairs.
That's still a really solid hit. That will pop the last effort here. Nerakun will just have to make as much distance as he can, because 72S is just waiting for the Acrobat to fall, and there he goes. This is going to be his second chair already, but he will have the luxury of extra life, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and it's like going that ever so subtle distance here. That is round 2 for no, actually, okay, because of that basement feat earlier, that got him all the way.
All right, well, the Magician, I feel like we're still both reeling from this Magician pick.
Yeah, I mean, and take note, the Magician hasn't been spotted out yet, and that is kind of what went south during the only time we saw a Magician played in this tournament. The fact that the Hunter was a little bit more hellbent on trying to secure him, being one of the higher priority targets. But then again, I think based on this composition, things are of fair equal priority. Oh man, but Jacket gonna suffer a hit there as he falls.
Nice hit there by 72S here, really flexing his abilities on the Axe Boy. Again, Axe Boy, I would have to agree with you. This bonus movement speed has been really working well for him, as well as this his ranged projectiles. But again, that's still quite a tall order. They do have a Priestess and the Fabled Magician still to deal with.
Oh my gosh. this is getting really crazy. And 72S is reaping all the advantages of this Axe Boy. The corrupt area just really helps him maintain good control of the area. And then if push comes to shove, those restful roads are going to prove to be a huge asset when working around Ever-Sleeping Town. This is why Axe Boy is a really good pick going onto this map. And yeah, it's just proving to be problematic for OSM to deal with.
And that first officer is just barely got beyond the half point here. So that next share could prove lethal here. The flash is going to be on the menu for 72S and his unbloodied blade yet. Hunter is near me calling out the priestess, but Jacket's still really, I would say, uncomfy in that chair as no rescue has come to fruition yet.
Yes.
72S.
Ooh, there you go. Looks like Axe Boy gonna go surfing through the restful road and tries to surf out his next target, knowing very much comfortably that he could easily leave behind Jacket. Now, 3 ciphers remaining. Progress hasn't been working out quite well, but ooh, okay, 72S gets a nice glimpse of that wiggle on the cipher, and he'll be rewarded by getting the ideal target out of this, which is 9 Mamos.
That is right. 9 Mamos will find himself in a dark alleyway as that Axe Boy just trudging that axe around, getting closer and closer, dodges the fire, but will have to soak up a hit anyway. Axe Boy still on the chase here. Actually, we'll have to turn his attention to the flash here as the flash really priming up that cipher there, but will unfortunately be denied as Axe Boy is quite close to him.
Yeah, there you go. An easy transition though for Axe Boy, in which case, oh, the flash just kind of makes an appearance there for a bit, but makes it out quite safely. Axe Boy really hellbent and focused on getting this priestess here. Really wants to expend whatever resources he can. Goes through the portal, but the flash doing a great job at keeping this Axe Boy preoccupied, while the magician is allowed a bit of opportunity to work on a cipher, but still a long way to go considering there are only 2 survivors.
Ooh. 72 as to finally land a hit on the flash here. Meanwhile, 9 Mamos and Priestess are still running around the map. 9 Mamos is actually quite close, so there should be potentially be an attempt to this rescue here on the chair. 9 Mamos still trying to reconsider the options here. 72 as combing over the map once again to look for prime and delicious targets.
Yeah, and there you go. Axe Boy going surfing once again. Gonna get blocked a little bit by structure, but that is all good. 9 Mamos, the only guy remaining in all of this. Still a bit of a way to go before that priestess expires, which is why 72S is all the more comfortable to just focus on getting the last chase on 9 Mamos here. The question is, will 9 Mamos make it all the way? Will he be able to buy enough time? But no, the terror shot comes in. Ladies and gents, it's already done. 5 points going to 72S, but unfortunately, as I've said, not going to help their cause, because at the end of it all, the points tally up, and it's OSM that reaps the victory.
Well, at least we got to see some magician and Axe Boy, right? Again, that was really a curveball there, but ultimately, even though they did tie it up for having a perfect performance, just the point advantage will lean towards OSM. So once again, congratulations to OSM for proceeding farther into the winner's bracket and have perched themselves on a grand final spot.
Yeah, really good for OSM, in which case, again, taking down everyone in this tournament by history, not suffering a single match loss to their name just yet, is pretty darn dandy of them. And take note, this is a team that almost could have lost out on their slot going into the top 4 in their very crucial match against IVS in the group stage, the one that went all the way into an extra round. So the fact that they're able to proceed to the grand finals, not only that, but also with a track record where they're taking down every single team that has made top 4, is a huge statement in itself.
It definitely is. As we mentioned, a dark horse in the tournament turned into somewhat of a favorite already, as their momentum hasn't been doused at all coming from the first day of the playoffs into this one. And I have to say, I feel like we should really commend 72 as still landing that perfect game. Again, even in that situation, not an easy feat. And of course, the other Hunter counterpart of OSM in The Last Human, who's been, I would say, had a large role in the team that OSM has built for themselves.
Oh, for sure. And gosh, it just makes things all the more interesting moving forward because it's not the same narrative where we have like the expected VX versus GK matchup in the finals like we had during Call of the Abyss 3C qualifiers. It's a new storyline that's unfolding, and it could potentially be OSM's year this time around.
Potentially, but again, the nerves might be there. Momentum is on their side, but you have to remember the later you are in tournament, that's where experience and mental fortitude will kick in because, again, those tournament nerves are so dangerous. But we will be moving towards our post-match data here.
Yes, sir. Checking out the match data. Pretty much says it all. 9 Mamos virtually untouched throughout almost the entire game, having reaped that heavy of a percentage on decoding progress. Oh my gosh. That's probably one of the best things that can happen to you as a magician.
Yeah, just straight up left tier devices to decode 300%. I think that's the first time we've seen this in our playoff setting here, but once again, just a really, really hefty score line to look at here.
Yeah, and as we've said, that 5-0 in the second round was a huge benefit to OSM at the end of this series. So, as we said, just congratulations to them. Kudos as well to GK for fighting their hardest, playing their hearts out for this semifinal game in the winner's bracket. Technically the final game in the winner's bracket-ish. But yeah, okay, so 72S actually getting the MVP on this Axe Boy pick. Fortunately, even with the MVP pick, doesn't necessarily merit transition into the finals bracket for GK. But you know what? They have all the opportunity to make up for lost ground in the losers bracket. They still have that cushion, as we've said, Raf. But as far as cushioning goes, that's not the same luxury that our next two teams will have once we head in later. And the predictions. I am so horrible at these predictions lately.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, the more we predict against OSM, the better they'll perform. So it could be that energy, we're feeding OSM. But yeah, as you mentioned, the Abyss is waiting for the next teams to proceed to rather play against each other because there is no cushion. The losers bracket, this is your last life. There is no insert coin, there is no retry button, there's nothing.
There isn't. Oh, gosh. And with the craziness that has happened, guys, again, I would love to hear what your thoughts are on social media. I'm going to go ahead and check it out right now. Again, don't forget to use our unofficial hashtag. I keep on saying unofficial because it's only Poch and I that kind of declared the hashtag, but not actually declared as the official hashtag by our organizer. So, gosh, yeah, a lot of people active on Twitter right now. So thank you all for pointing it out. I wasn't able to catch most of your tweets yesterday, but here we are now. Oh, like every single one of them I see. There we go.
But there's a bunch of them.
Oh yeah.
Comb over all of them. This is your doing. You have summoned the entire army of the hashtags. Articuno.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, that has been our match 1 for now. Just gonna wait for the interview to wrap up on the Thai stream. If you guys don't know, we have 2 broadcasts going on. The English stream, which is courtesy of myself and Raf over here, and we have the Thai stream, courtesy of Moby Dick, and I forgot the name of the other caster, because usually we have Catcaster and Bing Care for the Thai broadcast, but fortunately they're not with us for the playoffs as they are engaged with other MC obligations elsewhere. So, but no worries. In this case, it'll be Raf and I for the English broadcast. Pot Spice, for those of you that are wondering, will be back in the finals. So if you're missing him, it's all good. You'll see him again.
That's right. And I will have to be making my teleport out of here after tonight. So it's been really nice welcome. But we still have one more match, so don't get too excited.
Yeah, definitely. NR versus VX. I mean, with the extra time that we have, I do kind of want to talk about it, but I don't want to, get too in depth either, because we ideally want to save that for after the break. What I will say though is that it's hard. It's a hard matchup. VX has been one of the veteran crowd favorites in this tournament, and if you look at NR, they have officially become the crowd favorite for this tournament as far as the entire C region. Like, there's been a lot of love for NOIR. So it's going to be a battle of the fan favorites for this one. And unfortunately, once the dust settles towards the end of this matchup, only one team can proceed further. And for another one, it'll officially end their journey right here at the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. But nonetheless, guys, we hope you continue to support all our teams, all our players on their journey here in the tournament. And somebody just tagged me in one of their Instagram stories. I will make sure to re-up that. Thank you very much. Again, like I said, just keep on updating us on your social media, guys, with what your thoughts are. If you guys are tuning into the IVC right now, I like to, what do you call when you re-up? Because, like, for example, if you see someone's tweet and you decide to reshare it, it's like retweeting.
Or retweet, right? Yeah.
I mean, you can't call it. I'm pretty sure they don't call it restorying on Instagram, but
I think they do actually.
They do? Okay. But you know what? Enough of that. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, like I said, it's a battle of the fan favorites. It'll be NR or VX that gets to take on GK in the finals of the losers bracket. We'll find out in a teeny tiny bit. We've been your MCs. I'm Mark Takuno. With me is Raf, and this is the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, it's your time in the spotlight. We'll be right back in a bit. But for now, see you in a while.
说来可笑， 我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。到那里去，或进入那些荒野，真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
他生来就背负无尽的才华，却从未全心接纳。但当来到巅峰，身处末路时，只需要轻轻点拨，他就会将自己完全出卖。你将看到整个世界的律动，也将被无处不在的琴弦所控制。尽情享受这份契约吧，让恶魔的弦音在整个世界奏响，直到终曲。信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之日选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了他，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，他会让一切继续。
A fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
And welcome back, guys, to the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. Oh, man. I mean, I feel like those, straight up, guys, I feel like those 10 minutes just went by so fast because, like, the whole time, there were two things that were haunting my mind. Number one, that crazy win from OSM. And number two, Belladonna. But nonetheless, quick introduction. We are once again your MCs going into this second match for the day. I'm Mark Takuno, and with me, of course, is Raf. So, Raf.
I actually have to add, like, there's actually three things on your mind. Is it actually called a re-story on Instagram, or is it called something else?
Oh my gosh.
Talking about that. I think it is. I think it is. We should ask, yeah.
We should, but I think I'll go with your theory on it most likely being called Restory for now, as we head into our peek at the teams that will be playing today. Of course, once again, we'll start off with NR. It is Eris, Aurora, Judas, and everyone else. We'll probably over that list a little later on, but let's start off with Eris here, one of the rising stars of the, I almost said Call of the Abyss, Identity 5 Championship 2020.
That is right. Eris has been such an impressive hunter, but the survivors are no slouches themselves. Aurora with the Seer. Actually, Aurora has been really, really solid as well. Decoding progress, pretty respectable for a Seal and a Seer. Average owl blocks, nearly 1 a game. So again, in this types of situations, it's not really common to see that many stacks on a Seer, but hey, he makes it work.
Definitely. And gosh, looking at the rest of NR's roster today, so it does seem like they're starting off with a different survivor lineup for today. And another question, of course, is whether or not we'll get to see Sky Zero in this matchup. Earlier on during the group stage, me and Poch were talking about how NR had a double threat in their hunter pool with both Eris as well as Sky Zero boosting some of the most impressive stats we've had off tournament from what we've pulled from the server data. But you know what? Nonetheless, I think at this point, with no cushion to work with, NR, with the survivors, regardless of what hunter they decide to play, they have to pull off their A game here, because any stumble, any fumble could potentially cost them their chance at proceeding further in this tournament. Now,
that's right.
No, you.
All right. Are we okay?
Okay, you're just gonna give me the okay. Yeah, you know what? What I will say is, I think NR being one of the freshest teams entering this tournament, they definitely have it. Out of the top 4, they have the trickiest to deal. They have the trickiest scenario to deal with, because this is a fresh brand entering the tournament. They haven't had as much time to get their synergy on in comparison to the rest of the other teams like OSM, VX, GK. These are teams that had an abundant amount of time to prepare for this tournament. NOIR just kind of, if I recall correctly from what I saw in stories when Aurora, Raindrop, and Eris were answering fan questions, they're fresh mashup of players from different countries within C. But let's check out VX here, because VX, like we've said, is a team that has what NR doesn't, which is the experience of working as a unit. And as one of the crowd favorites for Southeast Asia, there's a lot of expectation on them. Gaji, of course, as their hunter, with the rest of VX here. Now, even with the veteran status, VX has had a lot of shining moments in this tournament, without a doubt. But what's kind of worrisome about VX at this point is that they've had a number of stumbles here and there. The most recent of which is probably the one which has cost them the most, which is this drop to the losers bracket. So as we review the rest of these survivors here that are entering the starting lineup for VX, the big question going into this is whether or not VX has the consistency to go all the way in this top four. Because against GK, they've had a fighting chance, that's for sure. But at this point in time, even as crowd favorites, it's an obstacle that they'll have to overcome one way or another if they want a chance at the champion title and that direct into the Call of the Abyss 4. And on top of that, a huge chunk of that 100,000 Thai baht prize pool today.
And talking about VX and NR, again, NR is probably having, I would say, one of the most challenging roads ahead of them. Again, just yesterday, they played against GK. But I have to stick with my picks, of course. VX, I picked them yesterday. I'm going to pick them today. Of course, Articuno with his knack of dividing our opinions.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. Statistically, logically, VX has a higher chance of going at this. But you know what? Every now and then, I like to deviate from the stats. I am a huge believer in NR. Even though they're a fresh team, I am all about the underdog storylines. I love how NR has come to have developed and grown a supportive following on social media. They have become, that's why I keep on saying they're fan favorites. Like just this one tournament in IVC 2020, and they've gained so many followers. And I think that's the beauty of having such a kind of roster that boosts diversity, where you have players from different countries coming together. So the fact that they've divided so many odds, like again, not having the luxury of practice time like these other teams having just come together, plus overcoming language barriers to boot, communicating with each other going into these games. That's like, as someone that has experience working with professional teams, well, outside of Identity 5 though, but in other games, that's a very hard feat to overcome. And the fact that they did that while making it to top four, I really think that NR has more to offer. So you know what? For one more time, I'm gonna put my chips on him.
That's right. But yeah, I have to say, I have to completely agree with Articuno on that one. But still, I'm still picking VX. I'm just gonna give credit where credit is due. All right. Because
Sure.
again, language barrier, we all know that callouts can differ from region to region as well. So that's another obstacle. And plus, just talking about all these things that they overcame, making it to the top four is already impressive enough. And that's just a clear indication that they have such a high skill ceiling, they have so much potential as a team if they choose to stick with each other. But I think we will be moving on towards the pick and ban, Articuno.
Yeah, we'll check out that pick and ban to see how things go. It will be a ban on this year for Arms Factory, so they're playing with a fairly standard map towards the start of this round one. Not a way to go, not a bad way to go. I mean, it's one of the safer picks, I think, going into this. And for NR, no hesitation whatsoever. Okay, Barmaid. We've seen a bit of Barmaid during the group stage, but it was only one team that utilized the Barmaid, in which case. So looks like NR, they're going into this with the prospect of bringing all their trump cards forward. They know what's at stake, so they decide, you know what, it's our time to shine, it's our time to perform. Let's take some risks here. And first step is, I guess, deviating a bit. Instead of going for picks like Gravekeeper or Perfumer, which we have seen to be a few of the favorites that NR likes to bring, they decide to switch it up a bit with this Barmaid. Wow, I'm quite surprised.
Well, I am still shocked as well with the barmaid pick. But again, Godj Arms Factory with the Dream Witch. Again, name a more iconic duo. So again, NR really fighting on really hard path here, especially against Godj's Dream Witch, which we've seen time and time again be incredibly impressive. Now, this is going to be a matter of who's going to be leached onto first. It looks like Dylan and Judas are going to be the first two to come in contact with the very invisible Godj, but with the very tangible followers making pursuit.
Yeah, it looks like NR has no hesitation of getting the ball rolling right away. Godj, of course, gonna try to do his best to try to sniff out Aurora being the hyper priority target. He is kind of leaning towards that puppet there, but luckily decides to turn direction. Follower will be popped, and it will be Raindrop that he spots out. Not the most ideal target in which case. So as far as circumstance, this is a good breather for NR to take. But Aurora was in the distance. But again, luck is on their side. Godj going the other direction here, but wait a minute. Decides to turn back. He smells something afoot. He smells that Cypher wiggling out, and he will be rewarded with the much desired target in this mechanic.
That is right. Again, we know what the mechanic is capable of, and really just adding to that is a follower already onto Aurora. Aurora trying to do her best, get the hell out of there, but the leech is already latched onto her, and this follower is already trying to cut off the kiting route here. Aurora, though, spots it out, has to burn the blink, misses the swing, but there's going to be an extra follower. Not going to be microed, but Aurora, my goodness. Normally you don't see a mechanic kite this well, but Aurora is doing all them things, but we'll have to soak a hit there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few mechanics during group stage kite the number of seconds that they have, but in this case though, Aurora doing the best that she can, but will fall for now. But without a doubt, still a lot of room to breathe for NR. Godj might have gotten Aurora, but what Godj hasn't managed to scout out is the puppet that Aurora has on that field. So the Cypher Rush continues for NR in which case.
That is right. And still one of the followers here trying to stalk the next prey here. Dylan, once again, is close to the proximity. But that puppet could potentially be spotted out. But nope, still just trying to guard this chair here. Trying to deny as much time from the rescue of the mechanic. But he will be set free. The last effort will be popped. And it's only a matter of time.
Great timing on that hit, though. Looks like going to try to go for another one. Gets the first whack on that mercenary, but nonetheless, that will be the second time Aurora will be hitting that rocket chair. But interesting enough, Godj does decide to leech onto that mercenary just to keep Raindrop preoccupied.
And with the barmaid still running around, does give her a lot of room to just mix those drinks. But this time, Aurora will be put on the second chair, and I believe this could potentially be sent back to the manor, as she was already beyond half. But nope, she's still on that chair, so potential rescue is still on the menu.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but man, things are getting much more complicated. Dylan will take a bit of a fall, unfortunately, and hit will connect onto Judas as well. But here we will see NR try to maximize what they can out of Aurora as she tries to distance herself, but that follower is super duper close, looking for that last hit. Godj looking to time it well as Aurora goes back and forth here on this follower, and no hit will connect just yet.
Still, this is actually quite a bit of damage the survivors have sustained, and that is going to be a down on the mechanic on Aurora. But I feel, if I'm not mistaken, all her dolls are still up, so this could be still problematic for Godj. Judas has been leached here, and yet again, the follower is in pursuit, as Judas has to burn that dash here. The blink strike. Big dodge by Judas there.
Yeah, that could have been deadly in the form of Terror Shock, but luckily Judas is around. Judas going to try his best to try to charge in, and it actually manages to do just that, buying a lot more time for NR. Take note, this is beautiful coming in from NOIR. They got the max out of Aurora, only one Cypher remaining to boot, so NR doesn't really have to worry as much about the pressure that Godj will be exerting, since it is only one that remains. But Got to be careful there. They're trying to regroup here, trying to heal whenever they can, but unfortunately, they will get spotted out by Godjay, and Godjay doing a great job at thwarting NR's plans to, maintain the healthier stats here.
That's right, and Godjay just hovering over Dylan here, already summoning a follower to have that physical damage. But still, Judas as well is trying to avoid this follower, but going for a bit of a window loop here. Follower has no choice but to pursue as well. And again, the micromanagement is here. Godjay, again, at this very level of play with his consistency and the damage he's already done is really impressive, but there's only one Cypher remaining, so effectively they're only waiting for that pop now.
Oh my gosh. This is huge coming in from NR, though. Raindrop already looking to work on that last Cypher, whilst the rest of NR will try to keep this follower preoccupied. But take note, Judas is in a very dangerous position. Speaking of which, will take the fall as he takes the hit from this follower. Now, big question is where the progress is on that Cypher, and looks like has been answered. Raindrop herself has sent out a single that's only 20%, but this is what's going to further complicate things, Raph. He is bringing this forward to the basement.
That is absolutely correct. Raindrop, though, is in a bit of safety here, but Godjay is looking to scout that area out and is moving closer and closer. So right now, Raindrop doesn't really have an idea of what's happening, but it does look like a rescue from Dylan is in place. The leech is still following him around. But Judas, will a last effort be popped? Nope, it's actually Dylan that takes the fall for the team.
Yeah, and they gotta be careful here. Judas is still kind of playing around this basement, but of course, good call coming in from Godjay, not wanting to take any chances in case that Cypher was ready for the pop-in. But as we can see towards the lower left portion of the screen, it still had a bit of a way to go. But this is really scary for NR, in which case, 2 survivors of which have been strapped to that rocket chair, and Godjay could potentially poise himself towards getting all 4 survivors out of this game.
And VX looking really, really upset from that perfect game they suffered in the previous day. But right now, it looks like Godjay wants to get one for his own.
Yes, and the chase is on. Raindrop trying to distance herself as far as she can from Godjay, but that follower is really starting to gain some speed, gaining some closer. That blink comes in, and the connect will come. That is the tension, though, so in a while, that mercenary will be falling. Now, Raindrop is kind of banking on hopefully trying to go for a dungeon before she falls, and that barmaid is near expiration, so that is a possibility. Question is, does Raindrop know where the dungeon is? Oh, exactly. There it is in the distance, though. Will she make it?
Oh,
she can actually go for it.
Time. This is gonna be so close. It's ticking away.
Did she make it? Will she make it out? Yeah, she will. She will.
Oh my goodness. That denies the perfect game, and that's at least a 3-1, but still denying the perfect 5-0.
Yeah, I mean, okay, like I was already bracing myself for a full 5 points, but NR down to the last raindrop. Okay, that was a horrible pun. Oh my gosh, you guys are not gonna forgive me for that, but
I'm not even gonna say anything.
Let's keep it that way. Down to the last moment, raindrop. I think that was a great call. In which case, it was a huge risk if ever she decided to make the play of trying to go for a rescue towards anyone in that basement. I think since it is only round 1, you want to try to play towards what would have been the safer option. In that case, is so long as you had full awareness of where that dungeon was, then you should be fine. All you have to do is just wait for the expiration of those survivors on that rocket chair, and worked out in the end. Luckily, Raindrop was able to position herself. Perfect timing in which case. So officially denying Godjay of the 5 points. So at least that gives a little bit of breathing room for NR to work with going further on in this best of 3. But of course, at this time it's still a 3-1. That gives VX the advantage of 2 points. So it's going to be up to Eris to pull some weight going into the second half of round 1 in a while.
I'm actually I actually do appreciate in the aggression of picking the barmaid this early on, but again, maybe a safer pick and not wasting the luxury of not having or at least having a very minimum amount of bans. But before we can talk about that, let's move on to the post-match data here.
Sure. Let's go and check out that match data right there. As we've said, regardless of Aurora being scouted out by God J, they got a lot of benefit out of Aurora. First off, she did an excellent job at keeping God J preoccupied. Not to mention, by the time Aurora did expire, NR had so much progress on those ciphers. In fact, there was only one cipher remaining. It did become a little bit trickier because NR didn't have enough time to regroup before Aurora went down. And when I say regroup, try to heal up on everybody just so that they have a little bit more mileage to work with on these survivors. And I think that proved to be the complication moving forward, regardless of the number of ciphers that they had prepped. Because that's the tricky thing when you're dealing with the Dream Witch. The pressure that you have to deal with all those followers on your tail. So the advantage of cipher progress might have been there, but at the end of the day, you still have, you're not going to have as much breathing room against any, if you were, let's say, against any other hunter. But Dream Witch, she does that to you. And it just so happens that Dream Witch is one of God J's best pick. Actually, not one of, it is God J's best pick. So I will say, kudos to NR for managing to at least escape with 1 point in their pocket going up against God J in this first round.
Exactly. And again, God J is such a scary Dream Witch, exuding all that pressure, much like this loose hair strand. Please stay behind my ear. But anyway, like I said, it was really, really ballsy to throw that barmaid out of there, out there this early. I would say that maybe even a safer pick this early on would have been better, but still salvaging that one survivor in such a dramatic way as well, just crawling towards the dungeon. But as you mentioned, maybe if God J just paid a bit more attention, just exuded more pressure from the follower there, maybe that could have been different. But still, can't really fault him because the mercenary was on already borrowed time, so that timer was just, he made it at the very, very last second. And I mean, that's going to go into the highlight reel.
Yeah, and gosh, it's super duper unfortunate for NR in which case, because they already had the right things going for them towards the start. I was really expecting at least a half C's out of that, but that's the power of God J for you. And that's like right. I said, I think regrouping would have been very, very crucial towards NR's cause. But, it happens. It happens. And like I said, it's not a loss for NR just yet. They have a lot of halves to make up for it. And who knows, maybe Eris can do something for the team as we head into this second half. Pick and ban has already commenced. And looks like we're going to be seeing a signature Bon pick from Eris.
That's right. That club is gonna be ready and waiting for Ares now. Again, talking about Ares, very, very patient hunter, paces his boxes really well, and his accuracy is second to none. And it does look like it's going to be Joseph and Synchros to the closest to Ares here. But Ares will have to look for someone else here. Captain Kun is on the menu as well, but again, a bit ways away.
Oh my gosh. So going into this, I'm really looking forward to see as to whether or not Eris can accelerate the pace of this game through this guard 26. In order to accelerate, of course, it's very crucial that he tries to get a survivor early on. Looks like he's trying to do just that with Synchros. Synchros, of course, going to buy a bit of time with that owl there. Eris just waiting for the pallet to drop, wanting to get any crowd control on him. Just wants to continue the consistency of this chase, though. Waiting to drop some bombs here, waiting to get some good alignment onto Synchros, and looks like he's on the cage once again.
That's right, and without the mechanic on board for the survivors here, a Cypher Rush isn't as dangerous as it would be, but Ares still trying to get rid of Synchros as early as he can. The Seer is very, very close to getting knocked out for the first time here, and there we go. A well-placed bomb and an even better detonation by Ares will reward him with the first cheer of the game.
Yeah, patience is a virtue, and in which case didn't really need much patience in the pursuit of Synchros there, but still a bit of a way to go. VX has some fair progress on these ciphers so far, so everything is going according to plan for VX, and I think it was a good call for NR to just take away the mechanic, just so that Eris doesn't have to worry as much about any cipher losses. He can just play to his usual pace, and that usual pace is actually working out for him so far. As you can see, Cypher progress, as called out by Cam, Kun, and Joseph, is already nearing the 100% mark. So I think, as I said, all is according to plan for both sides here.
That's right, and Ling Tian is looking to rotate towards the Seer here, but will take a bit of damage. Actually, will dodge that bomb here, but Ares, once again, he is really this calm and steady, collected hunter where he will just bleed out the survivors. You know, he plays a game of attrition, and so far, the Seer is very, very close to getting sent back to the manor here.
Gosh, and interesting. VX wasn't able to get the rescue onto Synchros, but you know what? I guess it does have its merits. Because it does allow them a little bit more focus towards those ciphers. They did attempt the rescue though, and I could understand why it would have been complicated to rescue Synchros. Again, they were talking about a guard 26. That is the king of rampart defense. It's never an easy task to rescue anybody when you're up against a guard 26, let alone Eris's guard 26. So far so good for NOIR.
That is exactly right, and Eris will try to find Ling Tian to hamper their rescuing ability even more, but Ling Tian doing a great job of containing this man so far. But Ares with another good read here. This bomb could scrape Ling Tian. Yes, it does, just barely as well. And this maze of bombs and damage that Ares has put up is proving to be quite a challenge as the floor will soak up a bit more. So the bombs are extra lethal now, Articuno.
Yeah, Ling Tian can't afford another hit or else he is gonna fall. Ares, although might not actually need a bomb, he's starting to close some distance, tries to look for a whack on the head, but you know what? It's the bomb that does the trick as Ling Tian is going down. But nonetheless, VX has made sure to not compensate in their Cypher progress and will just make good use of the time that Ling Tian bought out to make sure that everything is prepped to as fast as possible.
That's right. It does look like VX is going to go for a bit more of a trade-off here as the forward is going to be ticking away in that chair. Joseph is a little preoccupied with Ares here. Now, one thing to note about Ares, his laser focus towards one survivor is really, really disgusting at times, but it does look like Joseph is going to be still dodging these bombs from Ares. Ares still very wary of the rescue that could potentially come from Captain Kun, but there's only one Cypher remaining, so this makes it a bit more tricky for him.
Yeah, so far so good, in which case for Ares, he was able to buy enough time for Ling Tian to go way past the half mark here, and nobody's really closing in for that rescue just yet. They're really respecting the danger that Ares presents in the midst of defending the survivor. It was a really great transition, in which case, looking for the right timing here, but the terror shot actually comes in, and that's sayonara to that forward to boot.
Oh my goodness, Ares has been absolutely impressive with this guard 26 and that timing. Honestly, I thought he was looking to bait out a body block, but you know what? Let's just hit him outright, and that perfectly timed terror shock is gonna be one for the books here, as VX is gonna be literally on their last legs with Captain Kun. Captain Kun has to make a choice here. Either he has to dodge this out as much as he can, but either way, he has to get Joseph back on his feet.
Oh my gosh. Ladies and gents, just when you think the first half was spicy, trust NR to go the spicy route. Ares, he says, you know what? Don't care about your 3-1. I'm going for the 5-0, and that NR has done. Ladies and gents, not only does this mean the 5-0 for NR, but also this means the round win. NOIR is keeping their dream alive in this tournament.
That's unbelievable. That's 4 or 5 points in a row for them, and I have to say, NR, come on, man. You got to relax a bit. Relax. Don't do that to my picks.
As the Thai people say, Jayan Yen, but no Jayan Yen whatsoever for NR there. Let's talk about the start of that game. Like I said, I love that NR decided to go the route of just manning out the mechanic. What I love about Ares as a hunter, he's very calculated. He's very good at micromanagement. I think he's one of the few hunters that really, he's very calculated in the sense that he has forethought with how he plays around the map. And we could really see it right down to the way he positions. A perfect example I think of that is when he had the forward strapped to the rocket chair. Even though he was straying a bit away from Ling Tian for a bit to put some pressure onto Joseph, he knew when he needed to start rotating back towards keeping Ling Tian in check. So that was really, really smart of him. But yeah, just talking about the game in general. Let's start off with who he landed first, which was Synchros. Out of the four, I think Synchros was a good target to go for, getting the owl to get expended early. And then it does take a bit of a while for Seer to get that back. So the fact that Eris was later focused on that Seer was perfect. It did help his pacing in that game. And VX wasn't able to quite respond to that. They just kind of tried to work with the ciphers. And still, it was definitely VX trying to put their A game in there, but the reality is Eris was just one step ahead of them throughout the entire game in his thinking. So, well-deserved 5 points right there. I'm still in shock.
You know, it's really crazy to think that the frequency of having 5 points in this playoffs is so high. I feel like we've only seen like one match without 5 points, but again, I like that. That's such a keen observation on how clean the rotations are for Ares, and we're just gonna see that in our match data coming shortly.
Yeah. Oh man, let's indeed check out that match data. As we said, Synchros didn't have a lot of time to work with. Fortunately, wasn't really able to contribute to coding, but that's fine. He did his best to keep Eris preoccupied towards the first few minutes of the game. Joseph, and as you can see, like I said, what's great about VX is we've championed them to be a survivor lineup that's a well-oiled machine. And I think what they did great in this game is they never compensated their Cypher progress.
They never did.
And it showed because they were able to pop all the ciphers. It just became problematic towards the end because Eris was so proactive. And at the end of the ball, here's our match result, Raf.
And again, it's like, oh, well, you get 3 points and a half. Sure, that's really cool, VX. But again, I trust VX to bounce back and use that veteran experience to their advantage. Once again, Ares really making up for that lack of mobility in guard 26 with his clean routing, his clean decision making, and his target focus was second to none in this game.
I'm just dropping a chat real quick in YouTube because I can't help myself. Oh my god. And yeah, you probably are gonna catch that chat in a bit, guys. Oh my gosh, I can't help myself right now. This is a crazy series. I really can't help myself. This is I think this is truly the manifestation of like VX and NR knowing what's on the line, basically. Knowing very well that this is a fight for their life, a fight for their staying power in this tournament. They know that there are no more cushions. They realize the gravity of the situation. And this is just plus ultra for everybody. Everybody's in their plus ultra game right now. And so far, it is leaning towards NR because of that 5-0 that they attained, courtesy of Eros in that second half. Now, moving forward, without a doubt, depending on what the map is, I think a guard 26 ban is going to be of merit for VX moving forward. Without a doubt, they probably don't want to deal with that any further. We saw what happened in that second half when you let Eris loose with that guard 26 on whatever map. So on the flip side, Dream Witch as well. Dream Witch is likely going to be taken off the board for Gaji. I feel like it's a no-brainer with how they're going to be approaching these bans for the Hunters. So as far as Survivor ban, since both teams like to play to the meta, it's really going to come down to adjusting accordingly towards the map. But I think what's a bit more clearer here, though, is that Eris is definitely going to want to take Mechanic off the board again because, like I say, I champion Eris as a very calculated hunter, and something like a Mechanic kind of makes it tricky for him to be on point with the calculation that he is able to execute on for this for the games that he goes into, and I'm just babbling and fanboying over these two teams. So I'm gonna halt myself further. But yeah, that's what I feel is the circumstance for pick and ban. Yeah.
You know, like just thinking about it now, like VX, if you're VX right now, how do you respond to these kinds of situations? You know, yesterday they had to deal with a double perfect round from OSM, and now they're dealing with another perfect game, but this time coming from NR. So, you know, even though VX is playing really, really well, like there is no way in hell that they're not playing well. It just so happens that yesterday OSM and now NR are playing out of their mind. So again, VX has to buckle down. They have to remember that, hey, we are crowd favorites for a reason, and we have to get back into this game.
Yeah, and you know what? I was supposed to save this for the end of the stream and next week, but after that Guard 26 game, I just gonna put this on real quick.
I don't have a hat.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put this on because that Guard 26, man. Oof, child. So this is where I say, literally, hats off to you, Eris, for the 5-0 that you pulled for NR.
Were you how long were you waiting to say that? Honestly,
no, I just improvised in the moment actually, and
okay, sure.
You gotta give me that, but
all right.
Your expression, by the way. But yeah, let's talk about what is ahead. You know what? NR has the lead, but not gonna lie, Raph, I am still unsure of how this is gonna go down. But for sure, both teams have made a statement with the start of this match here, and
that was so uncalled for. But yeah, again, I'm sorry to interject, but how dare you with that second pun tonight? But it's all good. It's all good.
It's like, oh, believe me, you're lucky that you're not casting with me in the finals because they're gonna keep on coming. But yeah, like I said, there's still a lot of uncertainty though. I think this is a good start for NR though, nonetheless, because if Eris keeps up the same performance that he did in the first round, going into the second, if ever, who knows, like if he keeps it up in the second round and the survivor side of NR performs, then we might not even need a round 3 out of this. But you know what? On the flip side, I would never want to discount VX just yet.
That's right.
Take note, this is the team that has been declared to have one of the best survivor lineups in this tournament. So Eris might have had his shining moment in round 1, but trust VX to be as calculated, as disciplined, as flexible as they are. They'll most likely learn from that round 1 and adjust accordingly. So you have to still keep your eye out. You don't want to let your guard down just yet going up against VX. And I'm not just talking about the survivors here. Let's talk about GodJ as well. There have been so many instances, I can't even count how many, where GodJ has managed to pull through for the team when it counts. Not just within the realm of IVC, but also within the realm of other tournaments where you've seen him. Call of the Abyss, so many times where VX could have faltered, where GodJ could have faltered, but no, has really come full circle for his team. So still a lot that's up in the air, Raph. This is just one of the battles. Still a full war that's up ahead for us.
And of course, just like the beginning of most wars, it's going to be strategizing. And with that being said, here we go, the pick and ban.
Yeah, pick and ban going on right now.
What?
And okay.
I was actually expecting a Bloody Queen. I was actually really like, he's probably going to pick Bloody Queen. But nope, the violinist that we saw yesterday is coming out yet again in the Red Church.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Eris with the violinist. He's really bringing his A game to the table. This is another, if anything, Eris had one of the best violinist showings during the group stage. Well, I guess we'll just have to see though whether or not he'll merit some pretty good results going into this once again. Into the game we go nonetheless, guys. I'm gonna keep my energy reserved for this one because it's gonna be a bumpy ride once again.
That's right, and Aries will spot out Joseph first, but again, the nature of the mercenary, he is very, very healthy, so Aries just does not want to waste precious time against him, and we'll have to comb over the map once more. He will spot out the portal there from the priestess, but no priestess to be found. Instead, it's gonna be Ling Tian here, the forward in the graveyard, and Aries is looking to bury him.
Yep. Still, though, Eris will be playing around the graveyard, one of the more optimal kiting spots on this map. However, can easily be... This is a double-edged sword for the survivors when they're kiting around the graveyard. I mean, sure, you have a lot of structure, you have a lot of pallets to work with, but picks like Guard 26 and Violinist can easily throw that off with a properly positioned Sonata, because all you have to do as a hunter is kind of predict what the direction of these survivors could be going. But you know what? Ling Tian has decided, you know what? I don't want to play with those close quarters. I don't want to give Eris any opportunity to predict what my movement could be and position a properly positioned Sonata. He just goes for the straight transition, and Ling Tian's doing a great job at buying time for VX right now.
And Aries, for once in the top 8, looks a bit stumped here. He's choosing another target or whoever is close to him. Synchros is in the vicinity, but the Cypher progress remains largely unhindered. But now to his left is Ling Tian once more, and part 2 of the chase will finally come around.
Yes, sirree, and oh my gosh, this is interesting progress that we're looking at here for VX. They already get the first swipe on the forward. Oh, tries to position that Sonata, but you know what? Doesn't matter. Managed to get a great pincer onto Ling Tian.
And just right next to Rocket Chair as well. So this is going to be a really, really quick chair. Captain Kun does look like he is interested in saving his buddy here, but Aries is already chucking his notes towards Synchros. So Synchros has to vacate the area, otherwise he will have to risk getting a slowed down Cypher. There's only 3 left, but the forward, Joseph, is as well hot on the heels of this rescue.
Yes, sirree, and oh my gosh. This is super duper good for VX, in which case the fact that Eris doesn't have that same aggression that he can push with a Guard 26 has been proven to be great for VX. VX has a lot of kiting ground here on this map, so it's playing to their advantage so far. Ling Tian, like I said, buying so much time. Eris taking a while to amp up here by trying to get these positions onto Sonatas, but I think that's the beauty of the situation. It's not the same bombardment of bombs that VX has to duck and weave through left and right. It's more of a linear thing that they have to deal with. So the Rhapsodies are starting to stack up though, so this should help Eris's cause.
That's right, but finally the mercenary will succumb to the terror shock there, and Ling Tian as well will fall. And my goodness, Aries, again, as you've mentioned, the aggression isn't there, but the calculation and everything about Aries is completely present. And I love the patience with the first dance around the chair here. You know, Aries will have to look for another survivor here. Synchros is on the menu as those demon notes will tagging up and severely slowing down that Cypher progress. But Captain Kun is lurking around top broken here. Aries still very wary. This is just his game plan, you know. Again, he wants to leech out the resources of the survivors as much as he can. And he's trying to time that Sonata.
Ooh, luckily gets a hit though, but oh my gosh. Luckily they're back on their feet though. Good timing coming in from Captain Kun. It's a team effort right now as the rest of VX tries to body block for Ling Tian.
That is right, but the Sonata snipe will get him. He can even land a potential extra hit here. Oh, but a terror shock. Aries, he is on fire, and this is going to be a big hit towards VX here. Again, Aries not wasting any time. That's 3 down survivors in one area.
That is some big brain plays coming in from VX though. They know that the Cypher was ready for popping, so they're like, you know what, let's all take hits. Let's try to get Aries off his game where he couldn't pick up the proper survivor. But you know what, second time was a charm for Aries. He was able to get Ling Tian, but everyone as of the moment is on a run for their life, and Aries, he has the bloodlust. He wants these survivors down, and it's Captain Kun that'll take the next hit.
Oh my goodness, actually that is such a great observation there with the survivor pop here. They just need to flip that switch and everyone's gonna be fairly safe, but Aries does not look like he's in the realm of giving anyone safety here. The perfumer is down, and Joseph, the mercenary, is getting chased. He'll have to burn a pad here. I believe that's his last one as well, and Aries is trying to snipe out with his demon note. Synchros will also be caught in the crossfire.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. But you know what? I think it is safe to say that VX has this right now. They're able to get a safer number in this game as they will content themselves with the half C's 2-2 at the end of it all. They managed to survive the storm that is errors, and this is what I'm telling you guys. You don't want to discount VX just yet. They might be on an upward trajectory from here on.
That was such an emotional roller coaster of a match, honestly. Especially with all those I think he landed 2 terror shocks that game. One was on the mercenary, so of course you didn't really see the hit. I'm not entirely sure, but still, I love that mass pop on the Cypher. That was one for the books.
Yes, sir. And gosh, let's talk about that game, shall we? Like I said, VX, it's a huge deal for them to just take away Eris's guard 26. What Eris does so well with guard 26 is that, again, he thinks forward, which is why he's so good at landing those bombs. So by taking away that, he has a soft counterpart to that in the form of the violinist. By properly placing those sonatas, forethinking, I'm not sure that's the proper way to use that word, but having the forethought of where to place those sonatas in the midst of predicting what the direction these survivors will be going. But it's not as big as the bombs, though. You don't have that big radius. You only have that linear note to work with, which makes the chase a bit more complicated. And that's why Ling Tian was able to buy a lot more time. He used that to his advantage. And that allowed VX a lot more freedom in working on those ciphers, which is why we see some better results from them this time around. Like I said, 2-2 I think is a huge step up as is, because we're seeing another hunter that Eris is known for, and the fact that they got halfsies out of that is good. And I would attribute a lot of that to Ling Tian and the collaborative effort from VX at the end. That was huge. And Reflex containment time 103 seconds. It speaks volumes, along with the percentages coming from the decoding progress. Ling Tian gave so much leeway for VX to get those ciphers going, and it's a team effort at the end of the day.
Exactly. I just want to point out that Synchros was nowhere to be found. Absolutely stealthy, like a ghost. But again, I want to talk about Ares real quick, just a bit more.
Sure.
Do you remember when he was guarding Ling Tian in that chair? You could really see the patience when he wasn't trying to land a solid hit first on the mercenary. Instead, what he did was he was line up the Sonata and then he'd prime for the hit. And I was like, wow, that's big brain. Ares is such a patient and such a calculated hunter. And I'm already a fan, obviously.
Yes. Oh my gosh. And you know what? With all said and done, that is our first half. Let's head on to talk about our second half here, because I feel like another hunter that we need to constantly highlight in this series is GodJ. GodJ, again, I'm likely expecting a ban on Dreamwitch. Dreamwitch it's a no-brainer for me. If you're playing on this map and you're up against a hunter that mains Dreamwitch, has one of the best win percentages on Dreamwitch on the entire server, good done deal. Take that away from GodJ. However, that's just eliminating 10% of your worries. The 90% remains in the fact that GodJ has a massive hunter pool. May not have Dreamwitch, but he has so many other picks that he could bring to the table that he is just as good at. Bloody Queen could bring forward a guard 26 or a violinist even if needed. Could bring in an axe boy. There's so many variables that you have to take into account. So I really think it's similar to yesterday, actually, where it has to come full circle for NR. NR needs to step up on all fronts, not just the hunter side, but for the survivor side as well. NR survivors have proven that they could do that in the group stage, but it's yet to be seen whether or not they could kick it up a notch going into this round 2 second half. They really, really need to, because they already have a great start to it. Hopefully they push for a great finish to that if you're an NR fan. For VX, all you want to hope for is they continue this upward trajectory. It's already a great start with a 2-2. Let's see if the god in GodJ can step up and continue that upward trajectory as we speak.
And as you mentioned, when you eliminate that Dreamwitch, you're not eliminating the horror that is GodJ. Again, we've actually seen quite an impressive Bloody Queen from GodJ, so maybe that could possibly lament a potential second ban if we ever come to that point. But at the same time, still, again, you're just not really taking out the god out of Gajay when removing these variables that Articuno was talking about. But yesterday, I think Gajay did have a bit of a rocky game in Red Church with this Bloody Queen, so he might reconsider and pick someone else.
Yeah, and I mean, going up against NR, I feel like Bloody Queen is still very much up there, but yeah, I mean, there's so many, like I said, there's so many other picks you can bring to the table. But I guess in the context of God J, not only do we have to look at it from the perspective of what his hunter pool is, but just what's general in the meta. Bloody Queen has become such a favorite, a strong favorite in this tournament. So, you know what? Let's go ahead and let Pick and Ban speak for itself. As we've said, take away the Dream Witch from God J, and you've already eliminated 10% of your worries going into this second half of round 2. Seer and Forward were taken off the board. Interesting. I wonder what NR is gonna bring forward here, though. Raindrops contemplating that last pick. Is it gonna be a Perfumer?
Most likely
okay.
It will, but nope. We get the Gravekeeper instead. Still quite a lot of kiting potential in this lineup. And of course, seeing how the Seer and the Forward are banned, we have a Mercenary and of course the very coveted Mechanic.
Yes. Okay. Bloody Queen indeed will be God J. He's just going to lean heavily towards the meta this time around. Not a bad way to go, you know. If there's a reason why she is in meta still for Southeast Asia, and why fix something that isn't broken? But if there's something that is broken, is how God J plays this Bloody Queen. It's going to be up to NR right now to put up a strong defense. They have to finish what they've started towards the start of round 1. And here we go, ladies and gents. It's coming down to the wire. Really, really intense matchup that we have here at the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. Second round of the second half. Let's see what God J can execute. It's just God J doing God things, that's for sure. Into the game.
Exactly. And Dylan the Priestess could be the first order of business here for God J. And I just kind of want to throw this out there. If you're going to main the Bloody Queen just because she thinks she's the prettiest hunter, absolutely go for that, because that's exactly the reason why I'm maining the Bloody Queen. But Dylan is looking like he's going to be in a bit of trouble here as the mirror image is popped, and that is such an early hit. But he will buy himself some time by popping that portal.
Yeah, this is dangerous, though. He's playing in a corner of the map, and that would make for an easy pincer for God J. Nice timing on that portal, though. Will allow him a little bit of distance, will allow him to transition over to a different area, but God J, he's closing in, and that cooldown on the mirror image is starting to go down.
That's right, he is trying to play around this gate area, but Dylan, the distance between him and God J is slowly diminishing. But Dylan is using those corners to a T, but that is going to be an early knockdown for God J, and potentially looking for a chair, but nope, Judas is around the corner. And here we go. He does have to dash away, but I think God J has done his job to just keep him away from rescuing Dylan here. So Dylan still has a bit of an ordeal ahead of him.
Yeah, but still, nonetheless, Dylan bought an okay amount of time for the team, but that goes to say NR still has a long way to go with these ciphers. So hopefully them committing to the rescue towards Dylan doesn't deter them too much here. Mirror will be popped up just to put some pressure on that cipher within reasonable distance from God J, but that does give a moment for them to go for the rescue. Very well timed here from NR. God J didn't spot that out quickly.
And NR really doing such a great job of just balancing the roles down here. Dylan still, however, trying to contain God J as much as he can, but God J trying to go for a wall bang there, a cheeky one at that. But Dylan, has to pop the last effort, but it doesn't matter, as he will fall to his knees as God J is cleaning up and putting him on the chair.
Yeah, that second time. Like I said, NR was really quick on their feet to get that rescue on Dylan. So that said, gives them so much leeway still to work with, given that Dylan has that second life if anybody decides to go for that rocket chair rescue. And might I remind everybody, we have a mechanic in this game. That means even though what might reflect being 5 ciphers, what I think NR is doing is just trying to go the full rotation on these ciphers, prep as many as they can, just so that they have a lot more ground to work with moving forward should Dylan suffer his last fall.
And that is right. with 4 ciphers remaining as 1 is popped there. With a mechanic on board, you really cannot let those numbers deceive you, as Dylan will narrowly dodge the mirror image, but the second swipe will be there, and Gaje is looking to pick him up and put him in the chair. But is he going to go to the basement? Nope, he's going to prefer the outside chair. Raindrop will be spotted. But is Raindrop going to attempt a daring rescue here, or is he just going to create some space for himself and the Hunter?
Well, I mean, that was the 3rd time Dylan was on the rocket chair, so that's sayonara to the Priestess. Raindrop has a bit of a task here ahead. Might want to utilize that shovel. Looks like she does decide to do just that. Gaje will, of course, would want to make the switcheroo just to close out some distance between himself and Raindrop. Raindrop will try to establish as much distance as she can, but it's a long way to go. Decides to go straight into the shack, though. Gaje will follow in the pursuit.
That's right, and we've officially entered the mid-game here with 2 ciphers remaining, but I believe that's not going to be the case, as we still have an untouched mechanic here. Oh, but that mirror image! Again, Gaje with the accuracy and the timing. Perfectly played there against the Gravekeeper, but Raindrop, I believe, has done a great job of just spending so much time away from the mechanic, but that is going to be his first chair, and it's going to be up to Judas and the mechanic in Aurora to try and create an opening for his team.
This is fantastic coming in from NR. Look at Aurora, though, already making her way towards the rescue. Gaje just trying to sniff out what the progress is on these ciphers, but actually is going to spot out Aurora here. Aurora taking the first hit, but that's fine. It allows her to get the rescue on fellow teammate Raindrop, and if I'm not mistaken, Raindrop didn't go the halfway mark on that rocket chair, so NR has a lot working for them still, and they're nearing the pop on that last cipher. There are still a lot of things that can go right for them in this. They could still go for halfsies, but the terror shot comes in, but it's all good. Ciphers pop and they're on the run.
The timing of it all. I love this. This is getting so tense. They only need to open that gate up and everyone can be home free, but Raindrop is going to be dropped once more by Gaje. And Gaje, I can really sense he's going to be greeting for these kills here. But the survivors, they might have to go for this. Otherwise, it's going to look like it's another half-C.
Yeah, is NR going to take the risk, though? This is beautifully played coming in, though. They decide to transition towards the other side of the map. That forces Gaje to make the teleport, and now he has to go the long way just to get to the other side. He is actually going to sniff out Aurora here, though. Goes for the switcheroo, and the chase is on this mechanic. They managed to salvage the Gravekeeper, though. Interesting. Isn't going to work out. Aurora, what she needs to do is transition towards the other gate. Will she get that opportunity, though? It's still very scary. The tension is up, and the chase is on still.
And NR could potentially steal this away from VX, but Aurora's doing such a great job of containing Gaje. It does look like the rest of them are trying to open up the separate gate here, and Gaje does have a lot in his hands. Aurora has to play this to a T, but the mirror image, does he get the wall back? Yes, he's down, but the job has already been done. The gates are open, and it does look like they're going to settle for a half-C.
Yes, sir. It's all good. Half of the score once again, and it's the 2-2. Everything goes even in this round 2. We're heading into round 3, but the fact still remains. NR will continue to have that lead by 2 points towards the end of it all. Is my math right? Yes, 2 points. No, sorry, no. I need to get my math right.
Take your time.
5-0. We'll just let the tally speak for itself later. My math is starting to run out at this point. You know what? I can barely focus on the math because this match is so hyped. But yeah, why don't you go ahead and take the lead here, Ralph, while I do so, because I really want to figure out the math here.
All right, so Articuno, the man, the myth, the mathematician. Again, I have to say that's such an impressive run for both teams here. Again, VX potentially had the chance to get a 3-1 there, but Gaje, or rather NR had the potential to get 3 points off that. But again, Gaje just keeping his bearings and holding down the fort for his team. And man, that mechanic pick really worked out. I wonder if VX is kind of kicking themselves in the back here for letting that one go instead of having a forward on NR.
Right. Okay, figured it out. Yeah, it's just my memory being so bad because I'm so focused on the present. 3 points is still the lead that NR is playing with right now. 3 points is earlier during the start of the round, 3 points was manageable, but now that it's coming down to the wire, 3 points is a big factor going into round 3. honestly, all NR has to do is if they could pull off half seas again for the third round, then they're going to go further into the losers bracket and could be farewell for VX. However, for VX, let's talk about, you know what? I'm thinking a bit too forward here. Before we talk about win conditions going into round 3, let's talk about what happened in that game, of course. Like I said, God J, he did fairly well. He was very hellbent, laser focused on his first target, but at the same time, it not only bought a lot of time for NR, but also the fact remains that the mechanic was just left to do mechanic things on that field, and that was a blessing for NR in itself.
Yeah, and again, when you have a mechanic on board for the survivors, it just really becomes a third win condition. Just keep him alive, keep the mechanic alive, and keep him out of sight. And that's what happened. Look at all that progress. And again, I was mentioning, like, do not let that number on top of the screen deceive you when there's a mechanic. It might say there's 5 ciphers remaining, but that's not true. Just definitely not true.
Definitely not true at all. So we've been proven again that this match is so tight. I think what I will say though is this is still pretty good for VX, even though we're talking about 2 points that, 3 points rather in favor of NR. As far as the upward trajectory, I really think VX might have it a little bit better going into the third round because Godjay is starting to ramp up a bit here, but I think that's a bit of a big statement itself to say though, because he went from a 3-1 to a 2-2. That's technically downward. But on the survivor side, they did better. We went from a 5-0 to 2-2. So let's go ahead and check out the match data nonetheless, just so that we got a picture of what went down there.
Again, it's to nobody's surprise that the mechanic will have the highest decoding progress on the entire team. But again, still such an impressive outing for Gajay. And as we mentioned, that's actually Gajay off his signature hunter. And still, the Bloody Queen proves to be impressive and still holds it down for VX. Now, moving on, the next map, it's going to be a really, really tricky one, I think. Because again, the increment of bans and whatnot. This will be where I would say VX could possibly shine. Again, they've been crowned as the kings of the third map. So NR, this is the final form of their boss battle against VX.
For sure. And checking out the round stats here, things are still very close. NR with the 3-point lead on the table because of that insane round 1 5-0 that they were able to achieve earlier on. But things can still go either way as we head into that round 3. VX might possibly still be able to pull the miracle play in all of this. Let's talk about point scenarios, but before that, let's give it up to our boy Ling Tian here again as the forward. He did a great job at buying some time for the team here, and gotta trust Ling Tian right there as one of the trustworthy survivors to get the job done for VX.
And the thing about Ling Tian is that he's almost quintessential the forward himself, that with his rescues that we've seen time and time again, he's really proven himself to be such a force on the forward and will warrant a ban nonetheless. And even if, let's just say for some miracle that the forward is going to be off meta, if you got Ling Tian, it's going to be a respect ban nonetheless.
Right. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. And that kind of makes me wonder moving forward if... that was not an intended pun, by the way. If a forward would merit a ban, I actually still don't think so. I think it would be safe to say that they can stick with the ban on the Triumvirate or the Priestess if needed. Let me do some quick maths here. So let's say...
As I mentioned,
sure,
the man, the myth, the mathematician, once again, working on those numbers.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Get the math done. So what NR needs to avoid is straight up. they straight up need to make sure that VX doesn't win either round, I would say. Again, half Cs are allowed, but you can't do a half C and a 5-0 because that's very dangerous as well. The safest we can say is 2-2-3-1 at minimum. 2-2 and 3-1 at minimum. That would 3-1 favoring VX. They can afford that. So in NR's case, 2-2-1-3 is what they can afford at minimum. Anything like a 1-3-1-3 is GG well played for them, because the 3-point lead that they have can only take them so far. It's both big. It's both a big factor and small factor in itself. I don't want to go too deep into that though. That's just the TLDR of it.
I'm gonna pretend I'm gonna remember all those numbers and say yes. You're
Sure.
absolutely
Thank
correct.
you. Thank you for
Sure.
being patronizing. With that.
It's called reassuring, Articuno.
Yeah.
Reassuring.
That's-
Patronizing seems such an aggressive word.
Okay. We know what the win conditions are as far as points. Let's talk about how pick and ban goes. Straight up, take away the guard 26 and violinist from Eros, I think. Or you can also straight up just take away a guard 26 and Bloody Queen from Eros as well. I think.
So pick your poison, yeah.
Yeah, pick your poison. I think at the end of the day, VX is comfortable with dealing with Eris's violinist. I think a Bloody Queen would still be a scarier pick, especially. We still have to determine what map it is, though. I think that's another thing we have to remember.
Yeah, but just disregarding the map pick, we still have to get, or at least if you're VX, because I picked VX, but no matter what, you have to get that guard 26 away from Eris. Eris has been on a tear with that thing, and it's just, how am I supposed to say it? He's been so absolutely dangerous, and again, he's become one of my favorite hunters to watch.
Yeah, no argument there. I mean, it's easy there's a lot of people that easily got on that hype train. So Chad is calling it the simp train right now. Not sure if I read that correctly, but there is one way this can go a tie, by the way. How it can become a tie is if NR gets a 3-1 in one half, and is my math correct here? Yes, it is. If NR gets a 3-1 in one half and VX gets a 5-0 in another half, because VX will take the round win. However, by points, they would ultimately tie up. And since the second round was a half, we're forced into a playoff. So that's a possibility I want to bring up in there in case both sides decide to go plus ultra all of a sudden. So it's a lot. Again, let's talk about hunter bans for God J.
Or rather, God J. Oops, getting confused there. I was pulling up my notes and I was like,
it's okay. It's all good. God J. Actually, I almost didn't notice if you didn't pick yourself up. I would have said, 72S. But yeah, God J. God J, again, Dream Witch, it's a no-brainer. You got to take that away. Bloody Queen as well, I think. Just straight up ban the two most meta picks in this tournament right now, as far as Southeast Asian context is concerned, and take the chance of whatever's left remaining. Just take out if you're NR, take away the most evils from the enemy that you don't want to deal with, that could potentially throw you guys off, make it a bit harder for you to get better numbers out of the game. Yeah,
at this point, it really just becomes a game of inches, because again, Gaje and Aries, and again, the thing that they have a common ground with, they're just really impressive hunters,
True.
Overall, it's just really hard to pinpoint where you can find and abuse a weak spot, because we've seen Aries even pull out a Bloody Queen himself. We've seen Gaje do that. We've even seen Gaje, actually, I don't think we've seen Gaje play guard 26 yet in this playoffs, have we?
Man, I don't have my Excel sheet right now to check that, but I think the tricky part here is God J can play almost anything, to be honest.
That's right.
That's why it's hard. That's why I just say straight up ban the most meta champs you have, and with a hope and a prayer, you'll be able to come out the better team in the half you're playing against him. And to be fair, OSM has proven to be able to do that. GK has proven to do that. And R, by virtue, has the chance to do that as well. Okay, I think what we have to look at here is, again, NR survivors need to step up in the third round.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Okay.
NR survivors need to step up in this round. And for VX, I just need to make the right bans on Eris, I think, based on the map. I really think, though, that they should stick to Guard 26 in Bloody Queen. I really think Bloody Queen should be taken away from Eris, and take up the chance of leaving the Violinist up in the air. Because I think VX has really good kiting against Eris's Violinist. So that's how I see win conditions are for both of these teams,
I guess,
strategically speaking.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's probably just going to come down to map picks, because we can only talk about Hunter and Survivor picks for so long. But I guess if it was, if we were going to go hospital, I think they should ban, again, Guard 26. That's almost automatic for having Ares as an opponent Hunter. And I would say, at least in hospital, I think banning Vio would take priority over banning Bloody Queen, because we've seen what Ares can do in hospital against I think it was GK yesterday, and that Violinist really proved to be dangerous. But again, the thing is, we've seen it, but the Bloody Queen remains an unknown. So there it is. That was such a fancy way of saying this is just a toss-up, guys. That was like the most convoluted way of me saying this is a toss-up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're also still waiting for what map these guys are going to play on, because I think map is for sure a factor. I feel like playing on a big map would be an advantage for VX, because the tighter quarters you're playing in, I feel like when you're playing against Eris, it makes it easier for him to micromanage. Playing on a big map forces him to make decisions, I think. I mean, he could still micromanage, but it could only take him so far. And I think playing on a big map, VX is I feel like VX is the type of team that's comfortable with playing on any map, for that matter, big or small. So, if we're going to talk about map, that's another thing. We might actually see a big map come into play. I'm not really sure, though. That is, unless VX wants to play towards mechanics straight up, then just play on another standard meta map that is of high pick rate here in the tournament.
I think possibly it could be maybe a smart choice for VX to get Ever Sleeping Town, and then maybe again, because Guard 26, again, respect ban, right? Get that out of here, and maybe just deal with the Violinist on Ever Sleeping Town, because if you get rid of that Bloody Queen, you won't have that that gap closer that you'll have with her.
Right.
And even though you'll get the slows from the Demon Notes and whatnot and the Sonatas, that's still a lot of ground to cover, and not all of that can be reached by a single point. If you see how Ares plays his Violinist, he loves to sit down, he loves to guard the first person that's shared and just toss out the Demon Notes. I don't think it can cover the entirety of the map, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you could only go so far with it. Yeah, I guess it just really comes down to when we get into that game. By the way, of course, to everybody that is tuned in, I know that you guys are dying to get into the game already, but
yes,
it's I feel like we have to give these players the leeway to prepare, because
they really do.
It's their participation in the tournament that's on the line here. If they lose, they're out of the tournament. So, got to take that moment to breathe.
It's a do or die situation, Again, yesterday everyone had the luxury of, hey, if we lose today, at least we have lower bracket. But again, today we are finally gonna move on to the bans and the picks here. So again, we will wait no further as the teams are finally ready. And actually, interestingly enough, we will go to Ever Sleeping Town, and we get a Dream Witch Wu Chang ban.
I almost forgot about the Wu Chang pick, actually. That was another pick that was kind of up in the air. By the way, before we focus on the game, yes, I can confirm that is a fan that is on Raph right now. Hence his hair just flowing with the wind.
I am so sorry, guys. I am really so sorry. I was like, my hair isn't normally like this, but like it's really hot, even though it's supposed to be the rainy season. And let's just get back to the game. My hair is not even on the screen, so okay.
Oh, what's the pick gonna be though? It has to be a Bloody Queen.
Bloody Queen.
Of
yes,
course.
We got it.
NR is leaving it up to chance here, I guess, by leaving. I actually don't mind this, actually. I think Wu Chang was a smart ban because God J, it's scary to think how much of because I feel like Ever Sleeping Town is one of those maps where it could go into the long game, and you don't want to risk having a Wu Chang running rampant on the map if you are playing towards that. So also, I love that it's interesting that mechanic was left open for NR, but I guess it can be afforded since it is a wide map. You know what? Let's go ahead and let the players play to their destiny as we head into first half of round 3. Coming down to the wire, guys. Continue those tweets, posts, photos on Instagram, Facebook posts, hashtag IVC 2020C.
And again, just thinking about the Wu Chang ban now, that's really, really smart. But considering Gaje is going to find the first doll here, that's going to be a little unfortunate on the side of Aurora. But still, this mechanic train has no brakes yet. But he's already trying to snipe out. He's going to go for the swap. And it's Aurora, the first target of the match. Gaje will have a bit of a situation here as he does not have the mirror image. So this is going to be a bit of looping. Oh my goodness. Aurora just trying to wait that out, but he will have to soak a hit on himself here. Gaje will find the second puppet, and that is going to be out of the game. And again, I kind of want to go back to that Wu Chang pick. Again, the nature of Ever Sleeping Town games just tend to go really long. And what does Wu Chang like? Really long games where he can get fed.
Yeah, and looking at this though, Aurora in quite the predicament. Pause will come in from NR though. Just to, iron out on their connections. It's all good. So yeah, talking about the game so far, I mean, there's not really much to say. Only a few seconds have passed. Really good job coming in from Godj, being able to spot out a puppet early easily leads him to the mechanic. And Aurora, unfortunately, wasn't in the most optimal place to kite, I would say, which is why not really surprised that Gaji was able to take down the mechanic earlier on. Gaji just, again, really, really good circumstances working for him towards the start of that game.
That's right. And again, that really did look super optimal for Gaji. First finding the puppet, and then finding the mechanic, and then finding the second puppet. That just takes away the staying power that the mechanic normally has. But again, in a map like this where there's a lot of open space, I guess it's balanced out in the sense that it's going to make the hunters cover a lot more ground, but at the same time, there's just so much open space that the survivors themselves aren't going to have the easiest time trying to contain the hunter, especially with the likes of Gaje.
Yeah, and it's tricky, very tricky, I think, for NR moving forward, because they have no choice but to... Actually, you know what? Here's what's going to pique my curiosity. Are they going to try to get the rescue? Are they going to put priority on rescuing Aurora as well? Because it's like check and balance here. By committing a survivor to go for the rescue on Aurora, that's also lost time that you have that could have been committed towards getting those ciphers done. And the fact is, you've already kind of lost on your condition of getting the cipher rushes because mechanic was taken down. On top of that, both puppets were eliminated. So just the start of this game is super solid for God J. And you really have, if you're in NR's position, you really have to think of how you're going to respond to that moving forward, because you already lost out on a solid advantage in the start of this game. And not only do you have to take into account of what's going on in game, but you also have to account for how these points are playing out. Technically speaking, like I said, NR can afford a 1-3. They can afford a 1-3. However, that means that they also kind of have to bank on Eris getting at least a 2-2 going into that second half. So at the end of the day, NR of course, they can continue to play to win, but this is also, I feel like, a first half where if they need to play safe, they can afford to play safe. A 0-5 is scary for NR right now because that leaves the second half less room to work with. 5-0, NR wins. 3-1 forces it into a playoff. 2-2 is a GG. But you know what? Back into the game we go. Let's not talk about let's not talk about possibilities any further. Let's focus on the present as Aurora gets strapped to the rocket chair.
That is absolutely correct. And again, Gaje just kind of reaping the benefits of his first pick on that mechanic. Again, this is going to be a bit of a heavy blow towards NR as one of their key strategies is going to be, well, at least for now, temporarily halted. But it does look like Gaje is going to be too preoccupied with Dylan. Raindrop will have to soak on a hit, but that's all right because Aurora is free to her devices now. But Aurora will try to cross this very, very open space with nothing to stop and kite Gaje with.
Yeah, good transition here, I guess. Gonna try to work around these pallets here. Gets to the drop point. Oh, unfortunately not the crowd control that she was seeking though, as she does fall at the end of the day. This will signal NR, though, to continue to work on these ciphers. Nonetheless, the good thing about this is that Raindrop did get the early save on Aurora. So that means that Aurora will still have some time on this rocket chair. She's not back to the manor just yet. Gaje will go back to trying to use that mirror image to halt some cipher progress. But question is, big question, are they going to try to save Aurora second time around, especially since they're going to be playing around the basement this time?
That's right, and Gaje is slowly getting fed here as well. And I love the fact that Gaje went for the basement because, as you mentioned, it will force the survivors to do something. But now Raindrop will have to soak a second hit on him as well. So the Gravekeeper is going to be temporarily out of commission for this one, as Gaje will look for a suitable chair, as the mechanic is going to be sent to the manor.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no saving Aurora. So 3 survivors remaining and 4 ciphers. This is a huge stack that NR has to work against. It's still all good, though. They're still very much within win condition. Like I said, I think the best that they want to do here is a 1-3. 2-2 realistically is going to be very, very hard to accomplish at this point in the game.
Exactly, especially with Raindrop already this close to just taking away at the chair. Judas has to go around and might rather make a better route for himself as Gaje is doing the best he can. Oh, but the Prospector is gonna magnet him for a temporary stun, but will end up soaking a hit. At least they're both free now. Has to go for the shovel. Will soak up an extra hit just because of that. And Raindrop, once again, making distance between himself and Gaje, but not his mirror image.
Ooh, this is tricky though. Raindrop almost getting pincered there. Gaje just decides to go for the switcheroo. One more swipe. Will Gaje land it? Yes, he can. Raindrop is down, and she will be back on the rocket chair. Less to say though. Raindrop still has the halfway mark to work with, so she is all good. Question is, what is NR's call now? Oh wait, no, not actually. She is back to the manor. Sorry,
oh dear.
Check that.
And it does look like they're just gonna try and salvage this situation, but the Bloody Queen and her Bloody Image is gonna be following Judas around. Judas does look like he's gonna be in a bit of a sandwich, but that mirror image will expire. But just before that, Gaje can switch, but that an even better pallet stun coming out from Judas. Now, the Prospector does have a bit of a situation he has to make for himself here, as Dylan is trying to maximize whatever they can.
Yeah, this is a really big predicament for NR to deal with. Fact of the matter is, odds are heavily stacked against them. That's a whack on the Prospector. But with 2 survivors remaining and 3 ciphers, not gonna lie, 5 points for Gaje is looking very feasible right now.
That's right. Judas is keeping Gaje occupied here. He had the choice to go for the one going for the ciphers, but he instead gets a pallet stun. Now Dylan will have to make a rather daring attempt to make the distance here, but the mirror image swiping away at the back of Judas, and that is gonna be a down. So now Dylan has no choice but to try and rescue his comrade, his brother in arms.
Yes, sirree, and there you go. Through the portal they go. Godjay trying to sniff out this Priestess here, but Priestess is in a fairly good position, won't be encountering Godjay just yet. Ooh, trying to be sneaky though. Question is, how much time can Dylan stay in hiding? But no, the trail has already been spotted out by Godjay, and this Priestess, she is on the run.
That's right. It's going to be a matter of portal looping here, but the mirror image is here for the sandwich, and that's going to be an extra hit on the Priestess, but the Prospector is up and running. So possibly this situation for NR looking a little dire, but Godjay again hot on the heels and hot on the momentum he's built for himself here, trying to juke it out here in 11, but Dylan, that mirror image is going to come up in 5 seconds, but this precious time is giving room for the Prospector Judas to at least do something about the ciphers.
Yes, sir, and the swipe comes in. Dylan can potentially get back on his feet though. So Godjay just switching back towards Judas here. Take note, if Judas falls, that's already no self-healing that could come into play. So Godjay is displaying this very systematically. There is no rush. He knows that with only 2 survivors remaining, plus him being on a bloody queen to put, makes this super manageable for him.
Oh, the Priestess is up here, but as you mentioned, Judas can't really do much here, but that mirror image is out and chasing Dylan. Once again, this is looking a little bleak here, but Godjay looking incredibly impressive. Nearly lands a swipe, but a great portal play by Dylan here. Will buy himself some extra time as he tries to make his way to safety. Again, going for the sledge loop. Godjay, I'm pretty sure he's fairly tired of chasing Dylan through 11 and through the portals, through everything. He will have to swap out though.
Yes, and this is the massive play coming in though. Mirror image comes in. It's a good done deal. Dylan falls, and ladies and gents, VX, they are still hell-bent and intent on wanting to win this match as they take the full 5 points for round 3 of the first half.
But again, cannot discredit NR. As we mentioned, they're from different regions. This is basically one of the few times that they played in such a high level and one of the grandest stage of IDV as of the moment. And you know what? They made it to top 4 with absolutely no hitches. So again, that's a big congratulations to them. But on the other side of things, congratulations to VX. Now, VX is going to be waiting still in the lower bracket for the next match.
Yes, and okay. Let's talk about that game first before we talk about the before we go into a refresh of win conditions heading into the second half of round 3. So Godjay doing such a great job. The stars, like we were saying, the stars really aligned for him towards the start of that game. He was able to spot out the mechanic puppet early on. Getting that swipe immediately gives the Aurora's positioning on that map and was quite near, in fact. So it allowed Godjay to head towards the transition chase onto mechanic. Now, problem is, wasn't the best place to kite there for Aurora, so definitely made it much more convenient for Godjay to take down that mechanic earlier on, and NR had no choice but to respond to that. They kind of committed 2 survivors towards that rescue on Aurora in the midst of things, and that did slow down their cipher progress a bit. But you know what? Again, like we say, sometimes you really need to take those risks for it to pay off. But let's check out the match data just to paint the picture a little bit more clearer for everybody. As we say, Aurora did have some fairly respectable kiting time, 43 seconds towards the start, considering the circumstances. Like we said, though, the biggest problem here for NR was they weren't able to maximize their biggest asset, which was the cipher rush here, because of the early takedown on mechanic. And what kind of further added to the problem here was the fact that since they did lose out on the mechanic earlier on and the risk that they took in trying to salvage Aurora, it didn't really leave them as much leeway to work on those ciphers. And as their numbers dwindled, it didn't quite add up to where they wanted the cipher progress to be. And to be honest, 2 survivors against a bloody queen with that many ciphers, it is super duper hard, which is why kudos nonetheless to NR for trying to make the most of the circumstance. But heading into this, it's interesting. Ling Tian will actually be swapped out for Ut.
And actually, I think I got ahead of myself there. I was excited for my VX pick. I was really excited for my VX pick. It's like, yes, give me 2 correct predictions this weekend. But again, not taking anything away from NR. This just makes their win condition just a bit harder to grasp. As again, Ever Sleeping Town. That was such an impressive.
Okay, so.
Oh! All right, we finally got
Sky Zero. Interesting. I have a theory as to why they're bringing in Sky Zero.
Hear it.
Okay, here's the thing. I think the reason they're bringing in Sky Zero is I'm not gonna say what yet. I'm gonna kind of wait for Pick and Ban to come in because just to keep it fair play for everybody. The reason why I think they're bringing in Sky Zero is they're gonna bank on a signature pick, not even a signature pick. They're gonna bank on Sky Zero's best pick here, because if Sky Zero's best pick actually gets through Pick and Ban, then NR has a really good fighting chance in Ever Sleeping Town. Now the question is whether or not VX did enough of their homework on Sky Zero, because without a doubt, a lot of teams prepared for a lot of these matches against NR with the expectation of needing to deal with Eris. And like we said, Eris, Guard 26, Violinist, those are some of the picks that you have to look out for. Furthermore, I really like this Swaparoo from NR. I know a lot of people have been such big fans of Eris, but this is what I'm talking about. This is NR, one of the big strengths that they have as a team. They're one of the few teams that has 2 very proficient hunters that they could bring to the table. And I think that the more that I think about it, like, Sky Zero is probably one of the perfect hunters you can field for this particular map. But what I'm saying here, it's only good in theory. It is yet to be seen as to whether or not that'll come into full circle, full fruition with what happens in the game. I think, again, the first step here at the end of the day is how Pick and Ban will go. So, you know what? Let's go ahead and check out Pick and Ban. Like I said, Pick and Ban is so crucial here for both VX and NR. More so for NR, I think. Okay. So
I was actually I was actually checking my notes and I was like, oh, Sky Zero, huh? But then just looking at the Pick and Ban Articuno, I think you and I are already thinking about the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Which is?
I don't want to spoil it. You do it.
Okay, fine. What I was about to say is that, before we talk about that Guard 26 pick, what I was kind of saying here is, if VX did their homework, they would know very well that as soon as Sky Zero is fielded, they 100%, no hesitation whatsoever, need to ban the Axe Boy. Axe Boy would have done so good on this map. But yeah, it looks like VX knows very well what Sky Zero's strength is here. So instead, Guard 26, I think this is a really good thing that they're playing at, because Sky Zero, I believe, is a very good Guard 26 player as well. So let's go ahead and see if he could bring it full circle for NR as we head into the second half of round 3. It's going to be a very intense match, guys.
I actually remember, I think it was Poch actually just commenting about this skin in particular about Guard 26, is that this is probably the most unsettling skin he has, and I have to agree. But it does look like Sky Zero is already on the chase on Captain Kun, and already such a clean hit so early. Captain Kun will have to make some space for himself before Sky Zero can close the gap and finish him off for the rocket chair.
Yeah, good progress so far, in which case from Sky Zero, getting that first strike onto Captain Kun this early on. The question is whether or not he can align these bombs enough just to get an early takedown on that Grave Fever. Ooh, almost gets hit by that tram. You know, that's who we've been pegging as the second hunter in some of the games that we've seen during the group stage. But really good timing on that shovel, though, just to avoid that hit from Sky Zero. Sky Zero did land that hit, but still, Captain Kun is buying a lot of time for the team.
I feel like there was actually, that was such an impressive blink strike. We just cannot ignore that. That is going to be the first chair of the game, and it's going to be the Gravekeeper. But this is pretty respectable Cypher progress for VX here, and I was just about to say that that game with GK and OSM, I feel like that was already foreshadowing Sky Zero. It's like, oh, the Axe Boy is out, huh? Why doesn't that look familiar in every Sleeping Town? And here we are, but VX dodged a bullet by banning Axe Boy.
Yeah, I think this is such a strong position for VX to be in, though. At this case, to be honest, they can, I think, even afford to let Captain Kun go past the half mark, because all they need to do at minimum is secure a 2-2. And that means that there's less risks that VX needs to play around as far as strategy and what plays they're going to be making in that game, in this particular game, actually. But Captain Kun, interesting enough, is already near expiration. Right. I'm wondering if anyone from VX is going to try to go for the salvage. Joseph is kind of in the area, though. I don't think they're going to go for it. I think they're just going to go straight for the Cypher Rush. And this is a really good strategy, considering they only need the 2-2.
Yeah, it is such a committal, Ever Sleeping Town is such a committal map just because of how big it is. And Sky Zero still, even though the Axe Boy isn't out, this Guard 26 doing hell a lot of work. Already tagging up the Mercenary just a bit there, bringing a bit of the pads as well. But as you mentioned, this Cypher Rush is looking pretty good.
Oh my gosh. So far, so good for in which case for VX, they've already got some great progress going on towards the start of this game. They were really able to maximize what Captain Kun needs to do. Like I said, really smart that they didn't bother with Captain Kun, just focus on the Cypher Rush instead. But here we have Sky Zero trying to figure out a target along with continuing to pressure these Cyphers. This is really good transitioning that we're seeing from Sky Zero, in which case, however, at what point is VX able to roll with the punches here? Because this is some really good pressure. But both sides, I think, are doing very well in this game.
Indeed they are, and you know, this could really be one of those moments where you would tell yourself, if only I had the gap closing of Axe Boy, but that is not to happen, as again, VX really got that out of the way. They did their homework, but Sky Zero is still doing such a great job here. There's still 2 Cyphers remaining, but they're still priming that up. Joseph looks pretty much uncontested, but that teleport is going to come in, and I am going to jinx his existence, as he will take a bit of a hit there. He is down to 50%. So one more hit from Sky Zero, and it's going to be the chair for him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a risk when you're trying to chase out the Mercenary. Of course, you're not going to get the easy down on him because of his traits. However, if you do eventually land a Mercenary towards the Rocketeer, at least you don't have to worry about somebody dashing in for saves. Like, it's going to be the harder route. And I think at this point, nonetheless, Sky Zero doing a great job at pressuring, but VX, one way or another, they're very comfortable with playing with the long game. They're just systematically getting as bits and bits of percentages as they can whenever Sky Zero vacates certain areas where Cyphers are.
That's right, and if you just look at the resources that the survivors have, we actually have an additional charge for the Mercenary and a Perfumer with pretty much full charges, so still, Sky Zero has a bit of a game ahead of himself as these Cyphers are falling left and right, as Synchros will be the first target to be seen. That bomb is going to be well placed and will damage him just a bit, but that's going to be enough to deter him from you know, going for the shenanigans. But it did look like Sky Zero was contemplating if he was going to swap targets, but nope, it looks like it's going to be Seer that is going to be the second victim of Sky Zero.
Yeah, ooh. Need to kind of rotate. Don't want to fall in that hole there. But here we go. Synchro is actually doing a great job at the kiting so far. It's buying a lot of time for VX to focus on these Cyphers. Now it's really up to Sky Zero to make sure. Oh, he actually goes for the teleport. Really good transition here. We'll find Earth though, as Earth transitions to the second story of this building. That goes for the.
To be honest, both these substitutions look really good for both teams. Doesn't look like there's a clear advantage yet, but it does look like it's going to be a slightly problematic situation for Sky Zero with Earth running around with as many charges as he does. So Sky Zero looks like he wants to remedy that problem. We'll try and box him in and trying to go for a clean whack. Instead, that's going to be a bomb hit.
Yes, really good connect so far. Question is, okay, that's a really good timing on the Perfume from Earth, in which case Sky Zero trying to go for that hit, not going to find the connect, but it's still okay, still on the trail. But still, take note, ladies and gents, one Cypher remaining here for VX.
indeed. And Earth again making his way, just giving as much time as Synchros needs here, as the Cypher is going down really, really well and inching closer and closer as well on the bottom left, as you can see. But now Sky Zeros has his sights and zeroing onto Synchros, but Synchros will manage to avoid the kite just for now, as Joseph will be the prime target for Sky Zero as of the moment.
Not gonna lie, it's a really tough situation now for Sky Zero. Look at that Cypher almost near for the pop-in, and Joseph gonna be utilizing a perfume once again, makes the swapperoo, but ooh, almost gets hit by the ground there. But that actually allows Sky Zero to get a little bit of a pincer on him with these bombs. But Joseph's still doing a great job at buying a lot of time for the team. Oh, it actually falls in the end.
Still, as you mentioned, the half C is still a good win condition for Sky Zero here, so actually VX, or rather a good win condition for if I'm not mistaken, VX.
For
right?
VX, yeah.
Right, exactly. So I'm honestly surprised they're going for this.
Oh
but
my
they pop
gosh.
it. That was so dangerous. That was actually so ballsy by VX. They really want to run this up on NR. And my goodness, they are going to make a break for it. But it does look like Synchros is going to be taking an additional hit. Joseph, again, using the secret Joestar technique, running away and getting the hell out of there.
Yeah, good time. Good position for Sky Zero. Gonna send Synchro straight to the basement and then potentially make a teleport straight for the gate. Question is, will he make it in time though? Looks like he will make it there, but oh, can he get a whack onto Earth though? Looks like that won't be the case. Earth could potentially just go for the exit, but he's actually buying quite a bit of time here just so that Joseph can make a run for Synchros. This is going to be huge. Perfumer hasn't left just yet. Sky Zero wasn't able to go full commit to scare Earth away, knowing very well that he has to go for Synchros.
Again, this is why Ever Sleeping Town kind of negates the strength of Guard 26. Nonetheless, still a very strong pick, but again, just does not have enough narrow spaces for those bombs to fully flourish. And Sky Zero for them to use it, but Synchros, oh my goodness, Synchros is actually buying so much time for his team, but he will finally go down.
So Sky Zero is in a huge predicament right now. He has to try to land Joseph. There's a lot of odds stacked against him, but it's still very, very feasible. Joseph, he's already closely making his way towards the gate, but Sky Zero, he's on his tail though. What's the plan? Sky Zero is trying to sniff this out.
Sky Zero looks like he's going to go for a guarding on Synchros here, but it does look like Earth and Joseph are gonna be making their way, or making their gracious exit here. Oh, actually no, they're still thinking about it. They're hovering around the exit, but Synchros still going to be a man on the island here. He makes it out.
Oh man, it looks like he's on the run, gonna try to make it through the dungeon. Both survivors are worried about, but you know what? At the end of the day, it will end in a 2-2. As the points tally up, though, we already have our winner. And ladies and gents, the dust has settled. It will be VX that proceeds to the finals of our losers bracket, hence ending the journey here for NR. But you know what? NR has gained so much through this tournament experience, the love of their fans, and without a doubt, a lot more to look for of them. A very promising future for this team. In who knows, we might see them bounce back even stronger in the Call of the Abyss 4 qualifiers.
Exactly, and again, that's not their last song yet. They just have so much of an upside, you know. Again, for all you NR fans out there, you have nothing to worry about, as these guys, as long as they stick together, I would say they'd be one of the best teams here. They've already proven to be a part of the top 4 with and they proved it as well, you know. It's not like it was the fluke that they got here. They actually just took out all the competition they needed and rolled with the punches, as you would say, against these juggernauts of teams.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about that game first off. I think it was a good start for Sky Zero. He was able to land Captain Kun very early. But like I said, though, VX, I think, really knew what their win conditions are going into this game. They knew that they could afford losing out on Captain Kun early. They were just utilized the life that he had so that they could work on a lot of ciphers already. They knew that with the time that Captain Kun was able to buy through kiting, plus the time that they waited for him to expire on that rocket chair. It was enough to get 3 ciphers to 100% by the time he said sayonara to the team and back to the manor. So, I mean, realistically, that also comes with its pros and cons. There is the risk of playing to less survivors, 3 survivors, but you also have to take into account other factors. This is a wide map. It means that Bonbon would have such a hard time traversing the lengths that he needs to. And what you need to kind of rely on is for those bombs to become gap closers. And I think what kind of became tricky for Guard 26 was he could, without a doubt, fling those bombs like there's no tomorrow. But there's actually another factor that we don't really talk about, but was actually something that came to fruition and became evident in this game. And it was those tall structures that actually prevent those bombs going all the way for Sky Zero. And I think that was actually something I never thought would come in to be a hindrance for Guard 26 on this map, because a lot of the few games that we did see Guard 26 in Ever Sleeping Town were actually very successful. But you know what? Let's go and check out the match data here first, Draft.
That's right. And to nobody's surprise, with the sacrificial lamb of early on, they all gathered nearly 200% all across the board, with Synchro standing out with 253%. Again, that Cypher Rush, that was one of the commitments that they made, and ultimately it worked out for them. But I have to give my props to Sky Zero. As you mentioned,
Yes.
we barely got to see him in our top 4. In fact, I think this is the first time we've seen him for NR to pull him out, because again, Ares has been absolutely outstanding, but again, Sky Zero has so much promise. Had pretty much no warm-up against these teams, and he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna get in there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we're seeing him in the playoffs. So, to be honest, regardless of win or lose, I think that NR putting in Sky Zero for the last game was a very smart choice. Like I said, Eris is really good at picks like Guard 26 and Violinist because of forethought. But when you're playing on a bigger map like this, it's going to be tricky. And I think that what Sky Zero brings to the table is perfect for playing on a map like Ever Sleeping Town. But let's look at the match results. At the end of the day, like I said, VX had a really good upward trajectory going into this, and it worked out to their favor. Looking at the MVP here, though, NR, no need to worry. They will nonetheless come down with a MVP to their side, and it will be Judas.
I actually really like how well placed is. I was gonna comment on this earlier, but Judas with the prospector pick, I honestly thought that was such a great pick because he really maximized it. We didn't see him miss any of the magnets at all, and despite again NR falling out of the competition. So congratulations to them for being one of the undisputed top 4 teams here in the region. And Judas, you know, he has a bit of a consolation prize for him. You know, has to be proud of himself.
Definitely, and I mean, as let me just wrap up on the conversation about how that match went. I really think Sky Zero was a really good choice to field. It's another thing that we talk about whenever teams make these last minute switches later on in the match. You're able to bring in a hunter that, you know, has a fresh mindset, and I really think you get the prediction win here again. I am 0% in this playoffs, by the way. But yeah, going back to the discussion, I really think Sky Zero was the best choice for this particular map. Like I said, it would have been really strong if Pick and Ban went NR's way, if VX didn't do their homework enough to have banned out that Axe Boy, which they did. They were aware that was Sky Zero's best pick. So I feel like it would have been a completely different story. I feel like it would have been 5-0-3-1 had Sky Zero gotten that pick. But yeah, good job to VX in which case by knowing that was a signature pick. Not just signature pick, but Sky Zero's best pick going into this tournament. So nonetheless, Guard 26 was out in the open, respectable pick in itself. But yeah, pros and cons. Again, Guard 26 not going to be the best traversing terrain. You don't have any movement speeds, or you don't have any teleport switcheroos like a Bloody Queen would have. But what you do have is those bombs to do the work for you, where you don't have to be within the physical proximity. Now, one thing I did find to be a problem with Guard 26, which I only just realized going into this particular map, is that sure, you have those bombs to cover the distance for you, but what became kind of off for those bombs is you suddenly realize there's so many tall structures in ever sleeping town rather
Ever sleeping.
that doesn't allow those bombs to go the full way. I'm starting to realize how those structures could be like when you're going for those really tall toss-ups, they don't really go the full scale that you would hope for towards the other ciphers that you're trying to control. But nonetheless, you know what? I think Sky Zero did a great job at making sure to pressure VX to continue to rotating, which is why we had a long game. That's the best call that you could make, which is why at the end of the day, I really think that Sky Zero, he did the best job that he could. He made the right calls, and I don't think like you could keep on thinking that, oh, what could have Sky Zero done differently? I think he did the best. He made the best plays during that game, and I am very proud of not only Sky Zero but NR. Like I said, they're a team that came in fresh into this tournament with barely any. They're the team with the least time for practice in comparison to VX, GK, and OSM, because they only just swarm. So many things that kind of hinder them. They're not from the same country. They only came together for this tournament. Communication barrier as well. They won't have the smoothest. And you know what? They did us proud. They made top 4, and they've earned the love and respect of so many fans across Southeast Asia. So at the end of the day, there is no loser on NR tonight. They are all winners, and I've become a fan of NR as well. And moving forward, we could expect great things from them. But of course, Raf, we still have to talk about the winners here, the victorious at this, and it's VX.
Ah, yes. I love it when my picks go get the W.
Get out of here, man. Oh, it's like
I would have been,
this is
you know,
too
if I
precious.
if I didn't swap out my OSM pick, I would have been 100%. It's all
Yeah.
good. It's all good. It's all good. Again, OSM has been really impressive. Again, just talking about VX now. Honestly, it did look a little shaky for VX at the start. It did look a little shaky for them, but again, they just kind of realized, like, you know what, guys, we're veterans of this game. We have nothing to worry about. Let's just play the way we do, and we're gonna get where we need to be. But again, just a bit of a callback towards NR. I love the confidence of NR, you know, putting in Sky Zero. Let's get someone that's a bit off meta, question mark, with Axeboy. They get him Axeboy. They played the Prospector. They played the Barmaid even. It's like, you know what? Let's just play whatever you want to play. And I really love that, man. I can really appreciate that in the long run. But once again, congratulations, VX. You guys have been excellent. Your survivors have pulled through. God J has been, well, God J, you know?
God J doing God J things at the end of the day. So let's go ahead and check out what has transpired throughout the day and how things have tallied up as we conclude our day for today. Raf, would you do the honors?
That is right. And OSM getting the big W over GK. However, GK still does have a second life, so tune in for that. But VX, unfortunately, will knock out NR's bit of a Cinderella run here from the entirety of the preliminaries up to now. But again, congratulations to all of the teams for making it this far. It definitely is not an easy thing to do.
Yes, and it's just going to get all the more intense. We've gone from our top 4. We have our top 3, GK, VX, and OSM contending for that crown. Now, OSM already sitting comfortably towards the top side, just waiting for who their worthy adversary would be. Whether it's going to be GK or VX, we'll find out next weekend. It is coming down to the picture perfect finish, but only one can ultimately become our champion here at the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. So much to look forward to, guys, as we reach our epic conclusion to this tournament. I'm really, really excited, and I'm glad that you could be with us all the way to the to these final moments.
Mm-hmm. And for those who've been wanting a match between GK and VX, well, you're still getting it. And still, whoever loses this one, oh boy, it's going to be such a dangerous one because it is out of contention. Meanwhile, OSM waits at the top for their next opponent.
Yes, and also, regardless, GK versus VX, we'll find out. And we're starting a little earlier next week, guys, if you notice, because whoever is going to make it out alive from GK versus VX is going to be playing a total of 2 matches. And that's a best of 5 that they're going to be playing towards the end. So, yeah. Oh, man. I'm just going to put this on. Since
he's readying that his hat.
I'm not going to take it off. I'm just going to put this on as a means of giving my salutes to both Sky Zero and Eris for some really good games played on Guard 26. Yes.
My hair is trying to fight me. It's okay.
Yeah. And so yeah, that is it. Raph, I'm gonna give you the floor since almost whacked my microphone there. Since it's your last day on the caster desk so do you have any words that you want to give out, a message that you want to give out for the community?
That's right. Honestly, like, again, it was my debut in casting IDV. I hope I can get to cast more because it's been really fun, especially with Articuno doing so many puns. But again, guys, thank you. I really feel the reception. You guys have been nothing but kind. Your comments on YouTube have been all over the place. You guys have actually been blowing up my Instagram, but I don't actually remember giving my Instagram away yet. Am I allowed to plug my IG?
Sure, go for it.
All right, so it's not much of a secret anymore. So it's at raf.alino. That's my last name. Ooh. But again, guys, I'm so thankful for the opportunity to talk about the game with you guys and just be a fan. But again, it has been such a great experience. What about you, Theo? Do you have any closing remarks? Any final words?
Just to continue to support Identity 5 in Southeast Asia, and there's not much else to say. We'll find out who our champion is next weekend, but for now, thanks for all for tuning in to this weekend's broadcast of the playoffs. Once again, Articuno and Raph, and this has been the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. We'll catch you guys again next weekend for that epic conclusion, but for now, have a great week ahead, and we'll catch you then. Lots of fun with y'all.
Hmm.